regarding existing litigation, County of Calaveras versus Teton Fly Reels Incorporated, Calaveras Superior Court Case number CV 33770. County Council, and it's up for board action. At this point, we'll move to the consent agenda, and these are items that are expected to be routine and non-controversial. On the other hand, if anybody has something to say about any of them and would like to take it off the consent calendar, they're welcome to do so at this point. Anybody from the board wish to take something off? Staff? Members of the public? Do I hear a motion?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. We will now take a 4.5-minute recess and move to public comments at that time. Okay, back in session. Nope, not yet. Equipment malfunction. There we go. It's now time for public comment. I would ask that these are items that are not on the agenda, and I'd ask that people limit their comments to a maximum of 5 minutes and 15 minutes per topic.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Gary Caldwell, Valley Springs. I'm here to discuss an item that was before the board last week that unfortunately my wife and I were unable to attend because we weren't aware of it. And so I'm here to ask for reconsideration of your action of last week. I have a couple of photos. If the clerk could pass the first one, I'd appreciate it. If you, as it's being passed around, I just want to point out in that photo is the Overton project. You may remember that because the project had a number of violations and citations issued to it. Our property is immediately adjacent, and the house would be on the right-hand edge of that photograph. The purpose of the photograph is to show that the toe of the fill that was done on that project is right at the silt fence, which is about the property line. I think everybody's aware, or should be aware, that the toe of fill has to be back a certain distance set back, and in addition must be no steeper than 2-to-1, and that slope is steeper than 2-to-1. And the unfortunate part about last week is not only were we unaware that the hearing was taking place, but apparently our neighbors also were unaware, because at the previous hearing before the Planning Commission, there were 6 neighbors in attendance there. All of the essentially the neighbors that surrounding the project. I do want to express my thanks to Supervisor Claudino for his vigorous support in an attempt to support the imposition of the fines. I'm sure you remember that there were significant dollars involved in addition to significant staff time. I also want to extend my appreciation to Chairman Walensky, who in an effort to drive home the point that this is a serious breach by the violator, chastised that person in the public setting, and I appreciate that. Also, I'd like to express my appreciation to your staff. They did a heck of a job on this. They provided documentation that was overwhelming. 40 pages, I think the estimate was that when I thumbed through it. I am a licensed, I think most of you know, I'm a licensed civil engineer. I was Public Works Director in Amador County for 13 years, so I've seen a lot of projects, and this particular grading project is certainly not one of the shining examples. Perhaps I could ask the clerk to pass the second photograph around. I want to mention that these photographs were taken from our property or from the street because we did not want to trespass on our neighbor's property. So the purpose of the second photograph, because there was some question about the pool construction and whether it was in cut or fill, demonstrates, and I believe it was by Supervisor Thomas, the wall you see there, that block wall, stacking block wall, is holding up a fill adjacent to the backside of the pool. The pool edge is about 7 or 8 feet, is my estimate, the edge of the pool itself, from that top of that wall. And you'll also notice in that photograph that the base of the wall has been undercut out about 3 or 4 feet, undercut about 3 feet. And there is no concrete footing on that wall either. So I don't know how stable that is, and hopefully that someone will have that checked out, someone within your Public Works Department, and run some compaction tests there. As I said, that this project, the reason we didn't come last week was because we didn't know about it, but it's been going on for according to my records, a little over 2 years. Started out with 2 people with a John Deere farm tractor with a bucket and a box scraper on it. That's the way this grading project started. And what you need to do is look at the history with this project, is that it begins without a permit of any kind. The violator ignores the code. He receives 7 correction notices, none of which were complied to. No response to citations. He continues to do work without a permit. That's why the continuous citations. Stockpiles dirt, and by the way, that first photograph did not show the back part of the lot where the dirt was stockpiled and later sloughed off and knocked down the neighbor's fence and onto our property. And then moves dirt to the neighbor's property while under citation. And this waiving of penalties, which the board did last week, and I realized that Supervisor Claudino was not in favor of waiving the penalties, and I again appreciate that, is sending the wrong message to staff and certainly to property owners and contractors that you can go out and ignore and violate county codes and regulations and good construction practices and pay no penalty whatsoever. And keep in mind, the suggestion was that the penalty be imposed as a lien on the property. That is no immediate out-of-pocket expense to the violator. It becomes a lien. If the property is ever sold, then the lien is paid off if it continues to stay there. The other aspect of this project is staff spent almost $3,000 worth of staff time out there. Over the past 2 years' time that this project has been going on, you have received complaints about processing, plans, permits, whatever. In the meantime, you've got people out there who are monitoring, investigating, researching this project, taking time away from legitimate projects. There should be some penalty for that, because those people who submit and comply with the ordinance code should not pay the price for someone who continues to thumb his nose at you. And the 40 pages of documentation that the staff provided to you, when you waive the penalty, also sends a message to them. Why should they bother? Why should they go through this research only to listen to a violator stand up here and call them liars? And there's no question, twice your staff was called liars. And they are in a stressful situation to begin with when they're out investigating a code violation. And this doesn't help when they find out that after they go through all this stress and all this harangue by the violators, that it gets waived. Again, I just want to stress that you need to look at what you have here. You have a known quantity here in this violator. Again, the project began without a permit, ignores the codes, non-responsive to 7 correction notices. Non-responsive. Not, gee, what can I do? Non-responsive. And let me just say that if that person is issued a permit, a grading permit, that doesn't guarantee that that person is going to comply with the regs after the permit is issued. Now, one way that would assist in guaranteeing is reinstate that lien, put as a lien on the property. If the project is completed satisfactorily, release the lien. The other thing you can do is you can take a bond. Now, a bond can be in the form of a letter of credit from a financial institution. It doesn't have to contact a bonding agency or insurance agency. And thirdly, I would, if I were in your position or staff's position, ask for an erosion control plan for next winter, because you have no assurance that this project is going to be completed within 60 days that you indicated you would provide for that. And again, I'm here to request that you reopen this so that the neighbors can get notified, neighbors such as myself and the other neighbors that appeared at the previous hearing can get notified and have their turn at testifying before this board. The last thing I want to leave you with is that at the hearing, and we just happened to notice this, I was telling Supervisor Claudino, because we always try to tune in and catch the board meetings on television. So I wanted to let you know that the only way we found out about it is we saw it on television and saw the violator standing at this podium right here. And of course, we were shocked to see that. And also, we heard that the building plans were approved. Now, you have a situation where the grading plan is not yet approved. Hasn't even been reviewed yet. And yet, and you know, I can tell you the toe has to go back of the fill. The slopes are too steep. They have to go back. How can there be a building plan approved on a pad that you don't know the dimensions of yet? Or shape? So I think we got the cart before the horse here. So you need to look at the grading plan first, then look at the building plan and see if it'll actually fit on the ultimate pad. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. I am informed, by the way, by County Council that the board lacks the authority to reconsider this, and that I would imagine the next step is outside this jurisdiction.
There was talk last week of reinstating the lien. Isn't that reconsideration?
That was, excuse me, Gary, if I recall exactly what we did, this particular property owner, contractor or builder needs to bring the project into full compliance within the appropriate time, or that fine will be reinstated. And if I remember correctly, if he fails to bring the entire project into compliance, that will necessitate abatement, as it were. In other words, the county will have to arrange to repair that and bill that property owner for that work.
And the billing becomes a lien on the property.
Yes.
So in other words, there's still no out-of-pocket expense. The county pays someone to do that.
That's the typical
out of their
procedure
fund.
that the county has right now. Perhaps they should look into something else in the future, but right now that is the way they do that, rather than bill. There are a lot of people that don't have any money and can prove they don't have any money, and you still need to have a way to put the monetary penalty on them, and the only obvious way is to lien the property at this point. So.
Council's informed you that you cannot reopen this. You cannot reopen it even if the code was not complied with respect to 300 feet neighbors to be noticed?
I'll let counsel speak for himself on this.
But my comment only went to the decision made last week, not to other violations or future violations.
Yes, that's correct. We can't reconsider the judgment that we have already.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. My question had to do with notice. The code requires that property owners within 300 feet be noticed. That was not the case. I've talked to my neighbors. Now, absent that notice, doesn't that allow then the board to reopen the hearing?
I'd have to look at that. I'd have to talk to the department to see what procedure was followed.
All right. I would ask counsel to check into that and let us know in the next board meeting.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? I would like to reiterate my earlier admonition that we try to take 5 minutes or less for each individual presentation and no more than 15 minutes per topic.
Mine will be short. I'm Larry Cornish with Mark Twain Hospital. I wanted to give you an update on some of the things that we're doing over at the hospital. And I'm going to back up the clock just real quick and talk about the Doris Barger golf outing that we had on June 2nd. That was a fundraiser to support our digital mammography campaign that we have going with the Hospital Foundation. It was an excellent golf tournament, raising somewhere between $13,000 to $14,000. We had 84 golfers out there. We did a lot of good fundraising down at Saddle Creek, and we look forward to doing it again next year. So it was a very successful golf tournament, and Doris Barger was able to be there, which was just icing on the cake for those of you that know Doris. Another thing that's going on at our our Board of Trustees meeting last Thursday, the Board of Trustees provided staff with the direction to look at to work with developers in both Valley Springs and Angels Camp to build us new family medical centers to replace the existing 2 sites. So we're real excited about that. Those will be models of the Copperopolis Family Medical Center that are in the works down at Coppertown Square. So we should see some in the next 3 years, some really nice family medical centers for our Calaveras County residents. Looking forward to that. Some of the activities that we're doing, we're firing up our mini health fairs again this summer. We're starting this Friday night at the Farmers Market in Angels Camp, Utica Park. We're going to be doing blood pressure tests, handing out information, doing some raffle items, and just being there to answer any questions the community might have for us. And we'll be doing those at the Farmers Market throughout the summer. We are also going to be at the Calaveras Arts Council Music in the Parks beginning June 25th in Valley Springs. We're sponsoring that event, and we're going to be sponsoring the event up in Arnold as we usually do at later on in August, I believe that is. And then the other item of note for mini health fairs is the First Friday concerts in Murphy's. We're going to be up there in August for one of those First Friday concerts doing our mini health fair activities. Next Monday, you probably all realize that we're going to be doing a tabletop exercise, emergency preparedness tabletop exercise here in the county involving OAS and the sheriffs and many other county organizations, departments, and we're going to be involved in that as well. It's a scenario based upon wildfire in Calaveras County involving evacuation of an assisted living facility. So we're real excited about having that under our belt, so as we plan for the worst and hope for the best with regard to emergency preparedness here in Calaveras County. And then June 23rd to June 27th, we're starting something called our Summer Health Career Camp. This is open to high school students, juniors and seniors, be 10 each from Calaveras High School and 10 each from Bret Harte High School. It's a week-long mentoring program for kids who are interested in healthcare careers. It's a full orientation to the hospital, 3 days of mentoring in departments of their choice, followed by a graduation exercise on the 28th. So we're real excited about that, kicking that off. I think this is going to be something that we're going to be doing every year from now on. And that's all I had on my agenda today, unless you have any questions. Steve?
Anybody?
Oh, the lobby's very nice now.
Thank you.
It's private.
A few upgrades there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And going green is also very nice.
We're heading green. We've got some great ideas there, and I think you'll be proud of us when we really roll that out. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other speakers from the public on items not on the agenda?
My name is Evelyn McCleskey, and I live in Diamond 20 in Copperopolis. We have a problem with dirt bike tracks in this county. We live on a corner property. We have, as you probably know, most of the properties out there are 20 acres at least. We have a property in the front of our house and on the side of our house that have been made into dirt bike tracks. The whole property is covered in the tracks. It may not sound like much of a problem, but when you have people from all over the county coming in and bringing their trailers filled with dirt bikes, and they spend 8 hours or 10 hours going all day long, the noise is horrendous. The dirt that's thrown up from it is unbelievable. Sometimes you can't even see to drive down the road. The dirt problem's so bad. We really need an ordinance, a code of some kind to control this in the county. We have the kids that come in to ride on these tracks. They race up and down the roads. A lot of them with no helmets. We have hills out there that are blind hills. I have a big Chevy pickup, and over some of those hills, when I come up to them, you can't see what's on the other side. And these kids are riding out there over these hills. They're doing wheelies up and down the road. It's only a matter of time till somebody gets killed out there. We already had one accident up on the corner where a young man on a dirt bike ran into a pickup and wound up with a broken leg. We really need an ordinance to control it. We need some signs out there along Surrey and Hodson that says it's illegal to ride dirt bikes on the road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we have another speaker, I'd like to point out that we still have about 5 seats available in the audience, and then these seats over here are also set up for you. So could, rather than stand for the next couple of hours, which it looks like we may have some public input coming up on a couple of other agenda items, why don't you take some seats? I see some are looking for endurance exercises this morning. All right, thank you, sir. Could you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Ralph Soto. I live in Copperopolis. And this is concerning what the lady just spoke about. I've talked to the Highway Patrol, and I've also talked to the county sheriff's department. And they won't come in and patrol our association. The only way we can do anything about dirt bikes is if we call the Highway Patrol. So, you know, maybe the county can step in and do something about this, because we have the same problem in Poker Flat there about dirt bikes being driven up and down our streets. They're not, nowadays they haven't been as heavy, but they have been in there. So look into it and see if they can do anything about it. Thank you.
For those who have an interest in noise and certain nuisance issues, there are items on the agenda coming up where I believe we'll have quite a discussion of that. So you're welcome to stay on and listen to the concerns brought by others.
Good morning. Zeril McDaniel, Calaveras Unified School District. Just on a lighter note, in your correspondence, you'll notice there was an invitation to the opening and dedication of the new community use library in Valley Springs. 4,200 square foot new construction. Thursday at 5:30, we'll be dedicating that library and having the public, and we'd like to make sure you understand that you're invited, and we hope that you'll come. Also, our CAO and County Council and any the public that might like to celebrate this event, I guess. But it's going to be a great addition to the community. Friends of the Library have been in there all week putting in books and this and that and the other. So, and there's a special dedication to Mr. John Hofstadter, who's truly an institution in that area. Thank you. Oh, and Mr. Cornish, I was a participant in the golf tournament, even though I don't play golf. But we really had a good time, and they did a wonderful job presenting that.
Thank you. Other speakers on public comment?
Hello. My name's Terry Baker, and I'm from Railroad Flat, and I'm here to discuss a situation that we discussed back in November 27th about birds and noise in our neighborhood. And I'm here on behalf of our whole neighborhood. I'm not here on behalf of myself. If you can see in what I just handed you, it's a nuisance animal guide to assist you. And this is what we have. And on the second page is a petition that everybody in our neighborhood and in our subdivision who is affected by these birds has signed. Now, I'd just like to go over a couple things with you on here. Calaveras Code Title 66-10 to whatever, 11. It says if no person shall maintain or permit either willingly or through failure to exercise proper control on any lot, parcel, or land or premise under his or her control any animal, including livestock, which disturbs the peace and the comfort of the inhabitants of the neighborhood or interferes with the reasonable and comfortable enjoyment of life, property. Okay. Well, I was here, as you can see, it was May 16th of '07 that this was signed. It was well over a year ago. And we were told at that time that something would get done on this situation. And, you know, it's 3 times worse now than it was then. If you look at the top of the nuisance animals, in March of '07, they had 20 birds. And we made a complaint to Animal Control when they had 20 birds, and Animal Control cited them for excessive noise. Well, we went to court on these birds to Judge Molini. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Mowini.
Mowini, I'm sorry. Anyway, by that time, in September, they had 35 birds. And he told them that they had to do something about the noise, or this next time he comes in, and he fined them $350. Well, and the next time that they come in, they were going to be fined $800 and something because of lack of cooperation with the county. So, in January of '08, on the 16th, the county went out and inspected. Mary Mutz went out. Ken Churches went out. They brought in an expert from UC Davis who went out. And they counted at that time 75 birds all of a sudden. So it went from March of '07 to 20, September of '07 to 35, January to 75, and now it's up to over 100 birds. Now, I'm sorry, I forgot to give you these pictures. These are pictures of what we're dealing with. Now, if the birds are considered a nuisance at 20, you would think that they would do something by the time they got to 100. Now, it also said it does require several individual resident complaints. Well, we got that, and must have an impact on the surrounding neighbors. Boy, do we have that. This is my neighborhood right here. These are where the birds are. My house is here, the other houses are here, and we're at the end of a cul-de-sac in our subdivision. That there's a house and 2 houses next to it, another house. There's only 4 of us out there. Well, 3 of us are claiming that we got a problem. And the other one seems to think that no matter what you guys tell them to do, they're going to give you the bird like they've been giving us the bird. And, you know, and I'm going to go back, I'd like to go back to what Gary Caldwell said. I believe he was the first one up here. By doing nothing encourages more bad behavior. Now, all we're asking for is for you to enforce the rules. Because down here at the bottom it says, there are many animal owners that will choose to work with the nuisance animal after the initial contact. Whereas it is you as a complaint or animal service, it may take a little time to resolve. So please be patient and diligent with addressing these problems. Well, we started in March of '07, and we haven't got a resolution yet. And they're still building illegal bird. I mean, they've been cited by code compliance for these buildings. They've been cited by Animal Control twice. And down at the very bottom of this page, it says, should the nuisance not be abated over a reasonable amount of time, further actions can be taken against the nuisance animal, which may result in more severe penalties. So I'm just asking, by doing nothing encourages more bad behavior. And when Mike from Animal Control went out, it was like he ran into one roadblock after another from the county. They stopped him from writing these tickets at first until they found out if this was actually the right ordinance, I believe. Well, from what I'm understanding, The county had a meeting, and they decided that this is the ordinance, and they sent him back out there and cited him again. Well, something's going to have to happen out there. You're either going to have to enforce the law, or they don't have to abide by the law. When we were in court, Mary from Ag Department said that they aren't qualified to have a commercial permit. And she also said, not Mary, but Gina from Planning, said that they are not exempt from these laws. And this is what their whole argument was, is, oh, we're commercial, we can do this, and we're exempt from the laws. Well, in court, the second time, it turns out that the county was there on our behalf, saying, no, they're not exempt from the law, and you're not commercial. So all I'm asking for is from our neighborhood, in our subdivision, that if they aren't exempt from these rules, then why are they not cited and held accountable? By doing nothing, they're thinking that they can do anything. Since this has happened, he has vandalized my property. He has built a gate on my property. He has sent his kids on their ATVs up and down my road just to piss us off. And I had to call the sheriff on him when they tore down my gate. They said, oh, he won't do it again. He said he wouldn't do it again. Well, then when he built the gate on my property, they made him open it, but it's still there, on my property. And then when they're riding their ATVs up and down my driveway just to piss me off, I believe he wants me to go out there and confront his kids. And I'm not going to go out there and confront his kids on his motor or on their bikes, because he will call it justifiable homicide and shoot me.
Mr. Baker?
I'm sorry.
I believe we're a little over the 5-minute limit at this point. Could you summarize your comments, please?
All I'm asking for is, if you're going to have laws, please enforce them, because we don't want to have to. That's all I ask. Just enforce the laws that we have.
Okay. I would ask that we check into. Apparently, there are 2 court rulings that have conflicting advice as to what is to be done on this, and I would ask that we try to understand the relative authorities of each court ruling and see what authority the county has in relation to those court rulings. This has been litigated apparently twice with different results.
Good.
I'm going to actually, at this point, use a tool that I should have started with, apparently, in this meeting. There are a lot of people here who wish to speak on a number of issues, and it's very important to me that everybody be given a chance to do that. In order to provide that opportunity, again, we ask that people try to limit their comments to 5 minutes. I have this highly technical device, which actually runs out of sand in 5 minutes and 10 seconds. I will now start timing, and the other implement involved in this is a gavel, which I will begin using. So please try to make your comments as succinct as 5 minutes allows, and I will now ask for further public comment. All right, this is a real test.
Karen Varney, County Clerk Recorder. I did hesitate to take time today, but since I see you are so busy, but I did want to take this opportunity to report to you that I feel we had a very smooth election process last Tuesday. And that doesn't just happen accidentally. A lot of work goes into that, and I wanted to take this opportunity to just acknowledge some of the ways and the people that actually help to make this process run smoothly. In addition to our election, regular election and extra hire staff, my entire county clerk staff and clerk to the board and recording staff step in, and they voluntarily put in extra hours to help us to process our vote-by-mail ballots and anything else we need. In addition to that, other county departments step up and they ask what they can do to help us. And in this election, we took up our probation officers offer every election to help us in any way he can, and we actually borrowed equipment from them to run our PowerPoint for our training classes. And since he needed it on one of the days that we needed it, we also were able to borrow from the environmental health department. Environmental health. They offered their equipment as well. Also, we always do our training classes at the county library, and the librarian Maury and her staff are always so accommodating to us because we take up their room for a week in doing that. And I'm trying to hurry here. Our technology services department also steps up and asks what they can do to help us every election. And this time, since we used a PowerPoint for the first time in our training classes, Jim in Tech Services spent extra hours with us, several hours with us, helping us get up to speed on that. We're still not real good at it, but he got us through it. And the department head, Howard, and one of his staff members, Travis, volunteered to be rovers on Election Day, who went out and made sure and reported back to us how things were going at the polls. The county webmaster, he prepares ahead of time to be able to have our election results online and is there on election night to make sure that those are reported in a timely manner. And I know there's so many people, I hope I don't miss somebody. Supervisor Calloway always asks what she can do to help us, and we actually took her up on a couple things this time, and she was able to help us. In addition to county staff, our elections and our election vendors and everyone that normally makes the election process run smoothly, we depend on all of those that offer us polling sites to conduct our elections. And that takes a lot of coordination with us and our movers to get our equipment in and out the day before and the day after election, and as well as on election day. And we do appreciate all of their assistance. They also have to coordinate with our inspectors. And of course, even with all of this, we could not hold an election on election day without the approximate 150 precinct officers that volunteer their time basically to attend training classes and to staff the polls on election day and bring the results back into our office on election night. So I thank you for the opportunity to just acknowledge those people, because we kind of go along, we do our thing, and we go on to the next election. And I just wanted to have the opportunity to express my appreciation to all of those who help the system work. Okay?
Great, and you got sand left.
Great. And with that, then I will say I did hear that you were running low on agenda, so I brought you over, and they're right here.
All right, yes. If any member of the public wishes to have an agenda for this meeting, that's what was just referred to. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak on an item not on the agenda? Okay, we'll now move to item number 6, a discussion and possible action regarding a resolution establishing new planning fees for administrative use permits. This comes from the Community Development Agency.
For historical purposes only, because I think we're modifying it in our presentation.
All right, and actually, before we get on with this, I think there's some people who have just come into the room. There are 2 seats over here, 1 seat over here, and these seats are also available in front if you would like to take this moment to avail yourself of that opportunity. All right, Mr. Sullivan?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to recommend that the original proposal that was presented to you earlier had 2 fees set for administrative use permits, one for historical community events and the other for standard administrative use permit processing. We're going to recommend that the board basically create 3 fees, one for administrative use permits for historical events, those that have been going on for quite some period of time at $100, a second fee for administrative use permits for other types of community events, whether they're nonprofit or for-profit, whichever, set that at $250. And then the other administrative use permits, things like cell towers and other types of permits that actually do require fairly extensive processing, we would leave that at the $1,526 that was previously recommended. So we're actually creating a third bracket of administrative permits. And basically, we're going to use that terrible phrase of trust us. We're going to ask you to let us use our discretion as to whether or not a permit is a new permit or a historic permit. And what we would do is, if we cannot reach concurrence with any applicant, we would just bring that immediately to the board for your final decision and just let you make the final call. So at those prices, I can assure you we're not going to waste a whole lot of staff time and effort fighting over what the historic nature of the event is. So we would ask that you incorporate those two new fees, the $100 and the $250, into the fee schedule. And
I don't see the 100 here, Bob.
it's not on it. It's not on it. That's what I'm suggesting. That's what I'm saying to you. It was not there originally.
Okay, what's the 100 for?
The 100 would be for those historic events, those that have been going on.
Well, it already says here. It says historical community events, $250.
Right. We're saying that one should be amended to $100.
Okay, so what's the second one
The
then?
second one would be new community events. That would be the $250.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
So if we've got something that started last year without a permit, we're going to say that's probably a new event that should have gotten it. But we obviously have permits that have gone on for years, either with or without fee, and we're going to get them under compliance. Those would clearly be the $100 fee, and let those just move forward. So that is our recommendation. We would ask that you adopt those three fees. I think those are the last of the fee schedule that need to be clarified. And with that, we would be done.
Okay, questions from the board or comments?
Mr. Selman, on the one for historic community events, or even maybe the other, is it also the intent of, we trust you, that you waive the fee if appropriate, that there is no fee? And we discussed maybe for some of them $100 for a 5-year period.
Well, our approach would be, and we have done this with a number of permits, if we know it is a recurring event, we would set a time period for a single issuance, whether it's 2 years, 5 years, whatever is appropriate, depending upon what the request is. I have no authority. If you adopt a fee, unless you specifically provide written authority to waive a fee, I have no authority to waive a fee. Okay, I mean, that's the way the fee schedule is written. You adopt it, I collect it. So clearly, if we have events that have been moving along without any issues, we're going to recommend that they have rather long periods of review, 3, 5, maybe even 10 years if they're the small events that don't tend to grow. Our concern always is those events that start out small, which is wonderful, but then they kind of grow and exceed the bounds of what people have anticipated originally. Those we think ought to be reviewed to make sure that they are appropriately addressed relative to health and safety issues. But that's our only concern.
Okay, so let me be even more specific. We've had the Greater Arnold Business Association Independence Day Parade for the last 28 years. We have never charged them a fee, and they have done all the work. The county has done none of the work on their getting the permit from Caltrans, whom they pay a fee to for Highway 4. So now are we going to be charging them $100? Are we going to waive the fee because we really are not doing anything for them? They do it all. Or are we going to charge them $100 and it's good for 10 years?
Well, I will tell you what I have done administratively relative to strictly parades. Okay, if it has been a parade such as we have high school parades that are associated with graduation or whatever. If they are short-term, If they are of an hour or two duration, there is a brief staging on either county or state highways. We have not required any permitting. I may get a slap on the wrist for that, but I have made the administrative choice that they were not large enough to warrant actual permitting in that case. If they are in association with a day-long event, then we would charge for $100 for the event, and that would just be part of the whole day operation.
In keeping things simplified, colleagues, I would somehow like to make it that the planning director has the authority to, A, waive a fee for the 100 and maybe even the 250, and determine a time frame, such as $100 good for 10 years, meeting those requirements. You are correct. They should not be things, it'll cost you more than $100 to bring it to the board. So I don't have a problem approving this, but there has to be some reasonableness involved in this, and especially, of course, I'm concerned about what's happened with the Ebbets Pass Independence Day Parade, and I'm assuming other supervisors have similar situations in their respective districts.
Thank you, Supervisor Callaway. Are there other board comments or questions on this topic?
Mr. Chair.
And I will get back to staff, but I want to make sure that the board has a chance to ask its questions, and then we'll come back to you. All right.
Thank you. Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. To accommodate your request, what we would prefer, instead of allowing us to make the waiver, as you know, our decision-making is often controversial at best in some of the decisions that we make in the department. We don't want to be in the position of saying you qualify for a waiver and you don't, based upon whatever set of circumstances. We'd like to enforce this fee schedule. However, perhaps the board could adopt a fee waiver procedure where a community event could make application for a fee waiver, and we could immediately expedite that to the board, where the board could make a decision on that particular waiver. And that would accomplish both what we have asked for and accommodate Supervisor Callaway's request to waive fees in those cases where there's no staff involvement.
All right. Well, I'll call on myself on this, I guess, if there were no other comments. I raised earlier, and I'll reiterate it, several concerns. First is that even a $250 fee is a deterrent to many of the types of events that we have around here. They are nonprofit, they are fundraisers for community organizations, they are startups that take time to build and often don't really net much more than $250, and so that becomes almost has a chilling effect on startups to good causes. I want to make sure that those types of startups for nonprofit, community-based organizations to begin without a burdensome fee. So that's one waiver that I feel very strongly about. Secondly, I don't know who can top this, but the McCollum Hill 4th of July parade dates back 150 years, has been nonstop since World War II. They took a little time off during World War II, and has been going ever since with no problems to the county and very independent operations. Lumberjack Day, similarly, has been going on for a long time at West Point. And I think that to impose a fee after that length of endeavor seems gratuitous at best, and there's no clear reason why we would go about that. So I would like to see, both for historic and for new nonprofit community-based startups, at least the potential to waive those fees. There are some times where the organizations are well endowed and it's not a burden, but I would certainly want to see hardship or long-time events waived and not burdened with either lengthy paperwork or fees. I do understand that there's a new form that goes to one page and that we may be actually expediting this in another administratively, so that's a welcome relief. But I would like to see us waive those two circumstances. The other question that you raise is whether it should come back to the board, whether we're the ones that should be exercising this discretion or whether this is an administrative matter. And I think the board in the last meeting requested that that you be granted, that your department be granted this discretion. I think what you may be asking for is some guidelines to serve that purpose. And I'd like to hear from the board as to what your opinion is at this point. Do you want to reconsider that directive, or do you want to give some detail to it?
Mr. Chair, I have a suggestion. Why don't we change or CDA recommends that we change the AUP for historical to $0, change the AUP for other community and nonprofit events to $100. I think that takes into account everybody's sentiments that I've heard today without causing interpretations at our level, and we can come back in 6 months with a review of how it's worked.
Well, that certainly renders the discussion moot if we were to accept that.
I'll move on that one.
So we do have a motion.
As amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. There's a motion, second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done. Thank you. We'll now take a quick 5-minute recess before going into the next very exciting issues. Okay, now an item that I suspect a number of you have been waiting for. Item number 7, discussion of possible action regarding the use of residential dwelling units for transient occupancy, short-term agency. And before we commence, I'd like to go over just a few protocols. First, it's clear from the amount of correspondence that we've had. This is not coming through? Everybody all right? Okay. From the amount of correspondence, both regular mail and email and buttonholings out in the parking lot and in the grocery stores, it's clear that there are some very strong issues from a number of perspectives that I'm sure are represented in this room. The goal of this board is to make sound public policy on this controversial issue. And in order to do so, we want to make sure all voices are heard. That will require a couple of things that I'm hoping people will be mindful of. Number one, not everybody agrees, but we want to listen respectfully to all opinions. Secondly, in order for this many people to be able to speak on a topic, we want to make sure that people abide by the 5-minute rule. And in order to do that, we will use the aforementioned state-of-the-art, highly technical tools of the gavel and the sand timer. I would also request that while some people may feel that sheer volume of repetition makes a difference, and I suppose that many of you have heard political ads on television that just say the same thing over and over again and somehow that gets something done. That is not the way we'll be deciding things. What we're going to ask is that if you hear somebody else say the thing that you intended to say, come up and compliment them on their wise expression, but don't feel required to repeat it. It just will take a lot longer, and it may deny others a chance to get their words spoken. Finally, I do understand that there's at least a couple of people in the room that have planes to catch or other urgent business, and what we would like to do is make sure that they let that be known so that we can accommodate their right to speak early in the proceeding. So that said, we are going to have the following protocol. We will ask for a staff report on this issue. We will follow that by questions, not comments from the board. That will then be followed by public input, and we will do that until all voices have been heard. We will take it back to the board for, actually back to the staff for any further factual responses to that, and then finally back to the board for comment and action. So that will be the order, and we will now commence with the Community Development Agency staff report.
Good morning. Stephanie Moreno, Director of Community Development. We are bringing this issue forward because of complaints that we have received, have been vocalized here at Public Matters Not on the Agenda over the course of the last few months relative to nuisance issues in the Copperopolis area. However, the fact is that we had received complaints as long as a year ago about short-term rentals in the Arnold upcountry area as well as Copperopolis. We had had discussions internally at that time, and we're attempting to resolve those informally. Obviously, the informal process did not work. Here we are asking for board input on how to manage this issue. CDA is operating on the understanding that short-term rentals are not allowed in residential areas based on information that we have in reviewing the codes and conversations with County Council. The board can make a different interpretation if they so choose. However, the staff report is based upon that understanding. We are recommending that instead of enforcing and disallowing short-term rentals in the residential areas, that the board considered allowing them in residential areas, but establish a permit process so that they can be monitored for nuisance quantities and make sure that they are good neighbors within the areas. We are also recommending that a nuisance noise ordinance be considered by the board. And in fact, if nothing else is done besides that, that would be the primary issue I think that needs to be addressed, that would be enforced by the Sheriff's Department and would allow them to cite people for violations of an ordinance. I've included one from Stanislaus County. However, it's just a sample, and anything can be in the ordinance that you wish. Anything can be taken out that you don't want in there. I would further recommend, based upon some of the issues that we are dealing with in the Copperopolis area, that you may want to consider bifurcating that process, having the nuisance ordinance move at a quicker pace than the rest of the decision-making that you make relative to residential units. I don't know if you have any specific questions relative to the report we've presented, but basically we've outlined 6 options. Do you want me to read all of them into the record?
Yes, please.
Option 1, enforce the current zoning code and disallow the use of dwellings in residential zones for short-term rentals. Option 2, revise one or more of the residential zoning districts to allow the use of dwellings as short-term rentals in residential zones as a permitted use. Option 3, create a combining zone district to allow property owners to apply for a special zone district to allow short-term rentals on their particular property. Option 4, revise one or more of the residential zoning districts to allow the use of dwellings as short-term rentals in residential zones as a conditional use, subject to site-specific conditions. Option 5, create a renewable permit process to allow property owners to apply for a special permit to allow short-term rentals on their particular property, subject to site-specific conditions. And option 6, adopt a nuisance noise ordinance to give the Sheriff's Department authority to cite renters who cause nuisance noise and other behavioral issues. Our agency is recommending the board adopt options 4, 5, and 6 concurrently, or as I previously indicated. This action would allow property owners to continue to provide a service necessary for the tourist economy, accommodate the needs of the surrounding neighbors and communities, and provide the Sheriff's Department the additional mechanisms for enforcement that it is seeking.
Thank you. Any questions, not comments, but any questions from the board at this point?
Let me ask a couple, if I may. When you said it's staff's interpretation that none of the current residential zoning districts allow for transient occupancy, did that interpretation get made at your staff level, or was that an interpretation that was made by County Counsel's office?
It was made in concurrence with County Counsel's office.
Okay, because I see we do have a letter from an attorney here who arrives at a different conclusion. So I was just wondering if, in fact,
I believe County Council has responded to that. It should be in your packet, a letter that was dated June 6th, a response to that attorney's letter. I believe the clerk was provided with additional copies for the public.
I didn't see it.
And I believe that...
got lost in the middle of the argument syntax.
We did respond. I don't see it in the packet.
It's not in, at least it's not in my packet. I do believe that will be one of the important issues that is discussed today, so
But your office's determination, Jim, was that was different than the letter?
It was, yes.
Okay, it is different. Okay.
As part of our staff report, Janice, would you like to summarize what your response was, since the question's been raised?
Right. This was a response to the May 30th, 2008 letter from Mr. Barasoni that was received in our office on June 2nd, which I received on June 3rd. My memo responded to his comments and said that what's missing from his analysis is the definitions in the zoning code with respect to single-family dwelling, family, and basically the intent that the single-family residential dwelling is intended for, as based on the definition of family, those individuals who have an intent to live together as a housekeeping unit. And based on that and the fact that transient occupancy is used in definitions that are in Table A, which was one of his arguments, that where those definitions include transient occupancy as a permitted or conditional use, as that use in Table A, it is used, and where it is not used, it is not permitted. So it was my analysis that single-family residential does not allow for transient occupancy uses, and my recommendation was that our zoning code is old. It's from the 80s. It hasn't been updated. It does comply with current California Supreme Court law and the definitions of families, but it needs to be revised, in my opinion, to accommodate these types of uses. And also there is another type of use that would not be a transient occupancy use, and that would be a homestay switch, where you switch homes but you don't pay any particular rent. That's another type of use that you can find in this county if you just go online and search those particular websites. So it's up to the board to decide whether or not they want to regulate it or prohibit it, but I do recommend that you update the zoning codes to address these particular situations.
Thank you. Any other questions, Tom?
No.
All right, we will now move to input from the public, and could I ask first for those that have an urgent plane to catch, followed by anybody else who has commitments that would require them to leave the room earlier than the hearing will conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don Fry. I own and manage Fry Realty in Arnold and have 80 transient occupancy homes that I manage. And I wanted to emphasize the economic importance to this county. The average rent of my units is about $250 a night, and these people fill our restaurants, our shops, that we badly need this income in our county. Furthermore, our owners many of our owners bought their homes counting on this extra income from the transient uses. So it's the idea of prohibiting that use would be devastating. Not just to what I mentioned. Our ski area, for example, depends heavily. The people and it's not just an Arnold area. These the people they come through Copper, they come through Valley Springs, and they buy groceries. And I think our market would be devastated in Arnold without vacation tenants. You walk in, and some Friday nights they're all vacation tenants. They're spending money that we need in our county. I would recommend that we change the zoning ordinance to allow the transient uses, or we'll be facing this in the future. And I wanted to say that in my program, it's essentially no problems. The kind of people that can afford this type of rent are not the kind of people that get into trouble. Our Blue Lake. Go ahead.
I'm actually going to use the gavel for the first time here today. I'm going to ask that all input be received respectfully. This is going to be a tough meeting anyway. There's going to be a lot of different opinions, but I will ask that public comment be limited to the speaking from the podium and that we try to respect one another. I don't see almost any way to get through this very complicated and controversial issue without using our 2 ears and 1 mouth in that proportion. So please, let's hear each other out, and then let's make wise public policy as a result. Again, I'm going to just ask that people restrict their comments to those made from the podium. I suppose there's always body language and other nonverbal expressions that will prevail in that circumstance, but I encourage you all to spend time listening even to people who you disagree with. Continue, sir.
And the largest area of vacation rentals in the county is Blue Lake Springs, and they have their own security patrol that maintains order. They're on duty every night of the year. And it's finally another economic input. There's a huge population of builders and realtors, title companies, and without vacation rentals, there would be less sales made, less homes built. So this impacts hardware stores, lumber yards, and I just wanted to emphasize the importance economically to our county to consider doing away with such a use would just be devastating in a time that we don't need any more economic downturns with the gas crunch and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else with a need to leave early? Ma'am, come and speak. Please state your name and sign in if you, by the way, some of you have already signed your names in. If you have not, we would request that you do so when you come to the podium.
I did sign in. My name is Cynthia Trade, and I did submit a letter to the Board of Supervisors previously. I don't want to read you my letter because I want to cover some things that may not be covered. I gave a lot of thought to the problems that the people are having in the Lake Tulloch area, and I realize that they're legitimate, and I respect them for their efforts in trying to revise this situation. There's a lot of things they can do internally. The people who are renting the units can charge $800 or $1,000 security deposit, and if there's a problem, they don't get it back. Also, they can limit the parking to 2 cars, and then possibly they could rent to older people who go to bed earlier. Anyway.
Actually, apparently you don't know all the wild living seniors we got in this county.
Oh, yes, I do. Anyway, I do think that this could be remedied in a house-by-house situation without involving the whole county. Another point I wanted to bring up is that the 1980s zoning laws were made long after the vacation rentals were established in this county. So it seems like there was an oversight at that time to address this because it was certainly a very obvious thing on the Highway 4 corridor. And I myself managed 40 vacation rentals in the mid-'70s in Dorrington. And that was the main business of that particular town, is vacation rentals. There were only 32 people at one point when I lived there. And for the most part, there's very little trouble in the Highway 4 corridor. And I'm not saying that there never is, but it's very, very slim. It seems like a noise ordinance might be in order, but it should be countywide, not just to vacation rentals, because the one good thing about vacation rentals is they're only in for the weekend or the week or the couple of days, and then they're gone, and you don't have to rent to them again. If you've got noisy neighbors that are disrespectful, this should apply to them too, because that's long-term and you can't get rid of them very easily. So vacation rentals do have a little bit of an asset to the county in addition to the money they bring in. If we got rid of vacation rentals, there would probably be 100 more foreclosures in this county. Everybody is hanging on to everything right now. I don't think people realize how close people are to foreclosures. They're trying to save their homes. And their vacation homes, too. And people have done everything they can to try and keep what they've got going because this area is so desirable to live in. One other item I wanted to talk about is another layer of bureaucracy. I really resent the fact that we already are filling out reports, paying our hotel tax, and then have to get permits. We, as a company, already have a permit to operate business. And then to have to go a permit by permit, house by house, when we're already providing money to the county, I think is just overkill. And I don't think it's necessary. If the county, it would be far cheaper for the county just to hire somebody once a week to go through the internet and find out all the people renting without paying hotel tax, and then spend their money bringing them into the hotel tax fold and being legitimate. And it wouldn't be that difficult to do. Now, there are a few people that do pay hotel tax that do advertise on the internet, but they're far and few between. And that should be probably taken care of. And I think you could get one outside person to come in one day a week and do it without vacation pay, without any other benefits. And they'd be glad to do that. And that way we'd probably double our hotel tax that's now in existence. So I do think this is an isolated situation and needs to be taken care of in that manner. And I do think that they can do it and do it successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, and you have sand left. Okay, is there anybody else who needs to get out early? If there are not, then it's free-for-all, whoever's first to the podium.
My name's Terry Borsa. I live in Angels Camp. I have a cabin in Sky High Ranch. And like the lake out there, we don't have a problem with noise. We have a problem with people parking in the middle of our streets who rent on our weekend basis. They come from LA, they come from the Bay Area. They have no idea what snow is. So they come and they park there on our main road. We have one road in and out of Sky High Ranch. They park right in the middle. We can't get our equipment up and down the road. You call the sheriff or you call the highway patrol, they say, well, we can't make it up there because your road is blocked. The reason our road is blocked is because we can't get our equipment past the cars that are sitting in the middle of the road. So we have to wait 3 or 4 hours for them people to get up, to get down, and plow out the road to the back of their car, move their car back out of the way, then plow the road down. By then, they're not in violation any longer, so they can't be cited. So my theory is that they should just eliminate or go with what they have today with no vacation rentals anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was way a lot of sand left.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have to come down here to be heard. Just some quick comments. My name is Doug Shin, owner, broker, Cedar Creek Realty in Arnold. Our company manages 40 beautiful vacation homes as part of our services, our real estate services. Approximately pay the county from our efforts alone about $20,000 a year in transient tax. obviously surprised and dismayed to hear the word illegal when used with our services that have been provided historically in our area going back as far as the first log home, I'm sure, was built. Just some ideas. Marketing studies at Bear Valley show that 80% of skier nights, in other words, the skiers coming to the area where they spend their nights, are spent in Arnold. If transient use was not allowed, Bear Valley would not be able to put up their visitors. That would affect a major employer in our county. Also, all of the issues here are all key benefits of owning real estate. Owners not only, and I would like to make a point that owners of vacation owners do not make a profit. They lose money. Approximately, on an average, an owner might generate in our program around $10,000 a year net of management fees. That certainly pays no mortgage. It barely covers taxes and insurance, if you will. And it's a key part of their buying decision. It helps them purchase that home. It also qualifies them for tax-deferred exchanges and keeps the economy rolling into the future. If there is a problem in the wording of the code, then go ahead and fix it with minimum effort on your part or cost. But certainly no permit or additional tax, because it's the code that's at fault, not the owners, and certainly not you, the supervisors. It's simply a code that needs to be updated. And local control does work. In our community, owners work it out, property managers help solve problems, homeowners associations get involved, and the resources of government are at the last call. Animal control officers deal with those problems. Sheriff's departments are called in extreme situations. Within our office, we have yet to have the type of situation that I've heard in Copperopolis with raging parties. And I'm sorry that they had to go through that. I empathize with that type of event. It's wrong. It shouldn't occur. And the county regulations for common public behavior should take care of that. How can we send a sheriff's department out to a raging teenage party and shut it down, but at the same time that sheriff can't shut down a boating party or a ski party? Come on. It should be a simple matter. I would like to point out that years ago there was a problem that came out that was affected many counties in this state, and that was an ag lands issue. There was noise and dust created from ag lands operations. People from the city were moving into areas like Napa and Sonoma, and they came to the Board of Supervisors and they say, I bought land next to the ag operation. It's dusty, it's noisy, shut them down. I live here now, shut them down. Similar in some ways to what we're facing here. The counties organized themselves and said, no, that's not the case. Ag lands are an important operation. You came later, and you need to face that reality. The supervisors created a statement to that effect and asked realtors to incorporate it into all purchase contracts whenever that occurred. It would have been in the mid-'80s, I believe. And we complied. And to this day, we have a clause that reads, real property within or adjacent to areas zoned for ag operations or areas in zones which permit ag operations may be subject to inconveniences or discomforts arising from such operations. Calaveras County has determined that the use, the use of real property for ag operations is a high priority and a proper and necessary use, and will not consider the inconveniences or discomforts arising from ag operations as a nuisance if such operations are consistent with agricultural practices and standards. And we put this in our purchase contracts for land and homes for all these years. And I think as realtors, we'd be more than happy to have you create another statement to that effect for vacation owners, and we'll put it in the contracts as further disclosures to people who are buying property. When you buy property...
Sir, your time is up.
Good, I'm almost done.
Could you summarize? Thank you.
So I think you have a real opportunity here as supervisors to do the least and gain the most. And that is to simply amend a code that appears to be vague and unclear, if that's true, and support a major industry in our county. And it's hard to call ourselves a resort community if we're not going to invite people into our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Please remember to sign in if you haven't already.
I have signed already.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Nektali. I'm a property owner in Lake Tahoe area, 433 Lakeview Road. And what I have a couple of comments to make. I'd like to pass some information here, please. Our homes are built, lakefront homes that are rentals are in question. Most of them are rental or lakefront homes. They are built at the street level or below street level. The way the sewer system works in these homes goes into that little tank, it's about 30 gallons. The pump pumps it up to the street, and that goes to wherever it's supposed to go. If there is power, if the electricity goes out, that stops altogether. These pumps are subject to failure if they are overloaded. A single tampon or a baby, a cleaning diaper, could shut down the entire system. An overloaded system will drain the sewage directly into the lake that our grandchildren swim in it. That's the environmental safety for everybody on that lake. My second concern is more personal. I live in that cul-de-sac. There are 4 rentals there. My house is right in the middle of them. When they push in there on Saturday morning or Friday night, cars come in that is just, there is no parking, street parking. Each house has maybe 2 parkings. The garages are full with the owner's stuff, so the garages don't count. If there is a parking, it's in front of the garage. They come in, boats, jet ski trailers. It's just impossible for an emergency vehicle to go there if emergency arises. The code we have is perfect. Please enforce it. We need it to be enforced. So I, like the other neighbors of mine, we could enjoy our vacation home. I'm retiring to it, and I want a peaceful area to live in, which I purchased the property for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Al Segala, and I'm representing the Calaveras County Taxpayer Association, and also I'm a real estate broker, and I also live in Copper Cove. And our doctor friends have a saying. It goes like this: above all else, do no harm. Above all else, do no harm. So we're blessed in our country with recognition of individual rights, such as property rights. Property rights mean that a person can use their property as they see fit, as long as they respect the rights of others. That's not complicated. We have perhaps 3 issues, but certainly 2 issues, which are outlined in the documents before you. One has to do with irresponsible activity on the part of owners or tenants, and the other one has to do with a person's right to use their property to rent it out, rent bedrooms out, or rent it out by a weekend or a week or less than a month. So the first recommendation I would make is that we do clarify the code, which does seem to be a little bit ambiguous. Change it to this wording: one single family residence. Now this is for the definition of R1 zoning. one single-family residence, owner-occupied or rented, per legal parcel. B, vacation rental of less than 30 days. C, group care home, and then leave everything else unchanged. Okay, what you've done there is just clarify the property rights aspect of this. This would fit into the doctor's advice. You will not be doing any harm, because this is what people are using their property now anyway. And historically, not only in vacation areas, we have a golden goose, and there's some hands reaching out to the neck of that goose, starting to strangle it. Don't let them strangle the golden goose. The golden goose in our local economy is our vacation paradise. The reason why people have parties is because they're happy. Okay, so
or inebriated.
Would we pass an ordinance to ban happiness? That would solve the problem. But we wouldn't do that. So the second issue that we have before us that probably shouldn't be here has to do with responsibility of neighbors with neighbors. In most of the subdivisions, practically all the subdivisions, they have CC&Rs. They have means by which they can take care of those issues. Landlords tend to be responsible people, and they could very easily have an addendum to the leases or the rental agreements which specify the nature of peaceful living. And then perhaps with a big deposit, which was formerly mentioned here, is a good idea. Okay, so in those areas where there are likely to be noise problems, perhaps a combination of that lease addendum and with a good strong deposit would discourage most of irresponsible activity. But you're not going to kill happiness. There'll be parties in areas where you have this vacation paradise. And perhaps the one bird that is good is the golden goose. It'll continue to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Aaron Stafford. I'm a real estate agent for California Properties in Copperopolis. Speaking on my own behalf, I'm also the 2008 president-elect for the Calaveras County Association of Realtors. Again, speaking on my own behalf. Also a 25-year resident of the Lake Tulloch area, and my office does not deal with property rentals or vacation rentals. Restricting rentals also affects county income in other ways other than the transient tax. Many of these rental homes provide a stepping stone for these renters to eventually purchase a second home and or permanent home in these areas. If we did not have the pool of rental homes to cultivate these renters into eventual buyers, our home values would not increase due to increased demand that these renters may eventually provide, and therefore the county will suffer with lesser assessment values. If property taxes continue at status quo and we do not have growth in property assessments, the quality of our infrastructure is either deteriorated or the expenses will get out of hand. The current real estate market is currently causing much lower reassessments than we've had in years. Why add another reason for less tax revenue for our county? In the Lake Tulloch area, the primary rentals are waterfronts, and at my last estimation, 90% of the waterfront homes are second homes and non-occupied except for a month or two during the year or during rental season. These owners, on average, pay the highest taxes in our area based on their assessment values. They use few to no county services, i.e. schools, roads, public services, water and sewer, and pay the fees for these services even though they are not routinely used. If these rental owners rent their properties for 7 to 8 weeks during the county or within the county during the rental season, this can only help the county bring this type of high tax-paying individual to the county. How can the county possibly think of not having this type of taxpayer in our county? They pay much more taxes and use fewer resources than any local citizen. In essence, these owners and potential buyers are helping to subsidize our services, and this is the thank you that they get. Who is interpreting what R1 owners can or can't do with their properties? Our property rights are under attack by individuals with their own self-serving agenda. I agree that everyone has a different threshold of enjoyment. I understand that. These people have the same rights as the next person. If things get out of hand, a sheriff's department or the HOA manager should be called and rules should be enforced. There are always individuals out there that believe that they have theirs and no one else should have theirs. Property rights are property rights whether or not anyone agrees with them or not. This county government should not decide what an individual does with their property if they're not breaking any laws. Personally, I think this is a moot issue in the grand scheme of things. We have other issues that should be scrutinized by our citizens. Certain developers have somehow been permitted to degrade the quality of life that we embrace in this county, while our local citizens are constantly roadblocked by legal access, driveway slope, encroachments, and a host of other interpretations. A replica old-style town was built so lifelike that it has no functioning sewer system, just like the days of old. This is a real problem worth looking into. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Ron Burke. My wife and I have been property owners in Calaveras County for almost 30 years. I'm one of the people who sent out an email a week or two ago with probably a letter that hopefully you've read. I want to add just a couple of points. One is, I think to get a feel for what the situation is like at Lake Tulloch, you have to pretend that the home next to your current home is being rented out on weekends or whatever. And you arrive home on Friday night and 5, 6, or 7 SUVs pull up full of people ready for a good time. So the people who've spoken already, I mean, I can understand the economic impact to the county. They seem to be talking about like one family renting a home. The house next to us, and there are 3 houses for rental within, say, 150 feet, but the one next door, and at Poker Flat, things are close. I mean, I could shoot free throws off the side of this house, probably 15 feet away. It has a 6-car garage. The parking pad leading into the garage holds 4 cars, and standard operating procedure on the weekends is parking pad full with 4 SUVs, 2 cars blocking that, and I assume there's stuff in the garage, and there's also a parking strip ways away. So you have to get a feel for what it would be like to have the house next to yours rented, not one Friday, one weekend, but every weekend, all summer long, to on the order of 20 people. I mean, if you go online, you can see that these houses are advertised and sleeping 15 to 18 people, and I'm sure that doesn't include kids in sleeping bags on floors. The second point I'd like to make is that these people have a choice. They could rent these houses for, say, $1,500 a month to families who would be there for long term. This wouldn't be against any ordinances. They would get income. This is a choice they have. They could rent it for $1,500 a week to a single family. I mean, since it's intended to be a single-family area, renting it to a single family, this wouldn't be a burden. I mean, you wouldn't get to know your neighbors because they would move in and out every week. But, one family, R1, it wouldn't be an inconvenience to the neighborhood. What they choose to do is rent it for $5,000 or $6,000 a week. They're doing it to 4 or 5 families. The house to us was built with 4 master suites. I mean, we're running a small hotel here. So they're doing things that are against ordinances. They're doing things that are not good for the neighborhood and certainly have no consideration for the neighbors. I mean, they're taking the greedy option, and I'm hoping that you will not support it. They have other choices. Like you said, they could rent it by the week. They could rent it by the month. They choose to rent it to multiple families by the week, which is the worst possible situation for anybody living nearby. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Lee Tyler. I'm here to speak against the proposed amendment to the R1 zoning ordinance that would allow short-term rentals in the area of Lake Tulloch where my wife and I live. That's Poker Flat. Our home is on the lake. We have lived there for the past 19 years. It has been our primary home. We are residents of Calaveras County. As you probably know, over the last many years, despite what the ordinance presumably says about short-term rentals, there's some owners in our development who have been renting their properties out on a short-term basis for a few days at a time, despite this R1 zoning. And let me say, the people who come into our development as short-term rentals are there to have a good time. They have paid a high price for the rentals, and they want to get their money's worth. Often, as has already been said, multiple families move in to a single home. Or In other cases, 8 to 10 unrelated people move in, people who are in their 20s-something, in order to share the rental expense. They party a lot. There's loud music, drinking, loud talk, sometimes laced with profanity and obscenities. We and the other residents who live in a single-family zoned area. Yet with these short-term rentals, we are burdened with the problem of having to live next door to multiple family use with its attendant problems. If this ordinance is amended to legitimize short-term rentals, it will impose a severe penalty on those of us who depend upon the amenities provided in R1 zoning in order that we can enjoy the quiet enjoyment of our homes. If the ordinance is not amended, it has been said the county will lose the income stream provided by the 6% so-called motel tax, which must be paid on rental income for short-term rentals. I don't know how much these taxes amount to for the county, but I'm sure the value of our home will go down if I have to admit to a prospective buyer of our home that for most of the 19 years that I've lived there, there has been a short-term rental problem right next door. If my home sells for less, there will be less property taxes due the county. I think there's a good case that could be made that the county would collect more taxes overall if short-term rentals are not allowed, at least in the Poker Flat area. It has also been said that owners who are letting their houses out for short-term rentals need the income to pay off their mortgages. Of course, when they rent out their houses to others, they are necessarily absentee owners. Those of us who are permanent residents have our mortgages to pay also. It would seem that it would be a poor use of the single-family R1 ordinance and bad planning to allow absentee owners to go into short-term rentals in order to pay off their mortgage to the detriment of the rest of us who are trying to have the quiet enjoyment of our homes. Someone else, I'm sure, behind me will speak to the issue of our homeowners association attempt to change the CC&Rs of our association to preclude short-term rentals. Suffice it to say that a majority of our homeowners who voted on that issue voted to preclude short-term rentals. But the issue did not pass because we need to have 2/3 of the registered owners voting, and we didn't get 2/3, but we had a majority of those who voted. So at least you can see the sentiment in our development, Poker Flat, is against short-term rentals. It's my understanding that the CC&Rs of two of our adjoining developments, O'Connor Estates and Peninsula Estates.
Sir, your time is close to up, so if you could summarize.
Okay. I just want to close with a little bit of irony. My son is building a log cabin up in the ski area, and he hopes to be able to rent his place out on a short-term basis. But he and his family are coming less and less to our lake home because the enjoyment that we have there is considerably diminished by the noise and the atmosphere occasioned by our short-term rental problem. Thank you.
Very much appreciate your sense of irony and willingness to share it with us.
Morning, I'm Bill Schmidt from Mountain Ranch. I first came to this county in 1964 with my parents on a short-term rental up in Arnold, and fell in love with this county and have come back to it 3 times after having moved away. I think it's a valuable part of the experience here, and it does expose people to what we've got, why we live here. I'd be opposed to the CDA laying over a new layer of bureaucracy on top of this. It's hard for them already to deal with the applications they have on hand. I'm not going to go into my own personal experience, but you've heard it before. I'd also like to say that a rental agreement is easily circumvented. A landlord could make a 1-month tenancy agreement with somebody for whatever their nominal rate is, and charge that for the first week and charge $50,000 for the rest of the month, with a clause in there that says, if you don't pay me that $50,000 constitutes abandonment of the property, and I'm taking it back and I'll rent it out again. So you're going to be hard pressed to come up with a law that covers that sort of thing. I think everybody realizes that Poker Flat area of the county and the other areas, specifically up Highway 4, are different. My heart goes out to the people in Poker Flat that have to deal with the situations you've described. Probably is more a summertime rental than a wintertime rental. Up in the rest of the county, there are probably more wintertime rentals, and people don't go outside and party when it's 28 degrees and snowing. Or at least you can't hear them. If you lived in the snow like I have, you realize that sound doesn't really travel very far in the snow. So I would suggest if Poker Flat is a problem, then let's address the Poker Flat problem. We're coming up on our general plan. There's a great opportunity to address this issue. The Copperopolis Community Plan is certainly some place where this could be addressed, and that's probably the proper place for it. I would like to encourage a noise ordinance that has a little more teeth, notwithstanding the annual party my wife and I put on Labor Day weekend. You're all invited, by the way. I have a neighbor that goes out in the morning first thing and turns his radio on, and it's fairly loud. And my wife and I came out this morning, and instead of hearing the birds sing, we got to listen to country music not of my choosing. So I think as long as you address the people of Poker Flat, I think you can individually, you shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater in this case. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is John Eisenman. I live in Copperopolis. I do not live in Poker Flat. I want to thank the Calaveras Board of County Supervisors for allowing me the opportunity to comment on the noise ordinance that they are considering today. Several months ago, a new neighbor who is a member of a professional rock band set up his garage as a rehearsal studio. The rock band neighbor has professional speakers and amplifiers in his garage of the type you might see on the stage of a musical concert. He and his rock band may rehearse several days a week from 6 to 8 hours at a time. Rehearsals are usually Friday and Saturday nights, with the occasional midweek rehearsal thrown in. During these rehearsals, the garage door is wide open and the speaker volume is on high. I have spoken with the rock band neighbor and asked him to close the garage door and turn down the speakers. He has ignored my request. I have spoken with other neighbors who have also spoken with the rock band neighbor, and their requests have also been ignored. I have called the Calaveras County Sheriff and was told that there is nothing they can do because there is no noise ordinance. I have spoken with other neighbors who have also called the sheriff. To what end, I don't know. But I do know that the rehearsal sessions continue to this day. I was particularly alarmed when one of my neighbors expressed concerns that the rehearsals during school nights may be affecting his children's ability to focus on their homework and get a good night's sleep. I urge the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors to pass a noise ordinance. Give me, give my neighbors, and give everyone in Calaveras County the tools we need to quiet noisy, unthinking, and uncaring neighbors. Thank you.
I'm finding this humorous because I think you live on my street. And we have the same problem with the same neighbor. But that's not why I'm here today.
Well, glad people are getting to know one another here today.
We'll chat. My name is Betsy Duncan. I am with GMAC at Lake Tulloch. I'm also a director for the Calaveras County Association of Realtors, but I am here on my own behalf. I'm hoping there's some room for compromise in terms of short-term rentals and providing for the quality of life for full-time residents. That being said, I'm really here because I'm a little bit confused with two things. First, recently the Community Development Director recommended approval to demolish Lake Tulloch Resort and replace it with townhomes. I am concerned that the county would now disallow short-term rentals in Copperopolis because failure to allow any method of accommodating transient visitors will paralyze our community. At that same meeting, Stephanie Moreno was asked how the county would handle the possibility of transient short-term rentals if the Lake Tulloch Resort was torn down, a conditional use permit was given, and then the townhomes were built. At that time, there was no suggestion made that it would be a zoning violation to have short-term rentals. Instead, we were advised that the association would have to enforce CC&Rs of their own to prevent short-term rentals. So I'm a little bit confused because last week we were told there would be CC&Rs to enforce short-term rentals. This week we're being told it's a zoning violation. So I think at least we should clarify that, maybe not today, but pretty quickly, so that we can determine, one, whether or not short-term rentals are actually a zoning violation, and two, whether future projects are going to be expected to follow the zoning code or enforce with their own CC&Rs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Gutierrez, and I'm the owner of Murphy's Vacation Rentals. I would just like to reiterate what Don Fry said from Don Fry Realty about how vital vacation rentals are to our community. Besides what he brought up about shopping revenue and the construction, it provides a lot of other employment. For example, this is my full-time job. I also employ 4 people to clean, 3 different yard maintenance companies, and I keep Calaveras Laundry and Linens really busy. Besides that, there's also the TOT tax that the county as well as Angels Camp receives that has been brought up. Just this past weekend alone, I will have to pay $500 toward the county and Angels Camp, and I only have 12 rentals. There are hundreds of rentals in the county, and maybe Lisa from the Visitors Bureau might have better numbers on what the yearly income is from these. I also agree with Cynthia Trade from Realty World about the permitting. We have so much bureaucracy as it is. I have to pay monthly fees to Greenhorn Creek as well as the county fees here, as well as the Angels Camp fees, and I think extra fees on top of that, and paperwork for each individual house would be an undue burden. I've been in this business for 7 years, and in that time, I've only had one noise complaint. Well, it actually wasn't a noise complaint. It was just recently, and a neighbor of one of my vacation rentals called me and said, there are a bunch of kids running around and one has a slingshot, and I'm afraid they'll break out my window. So I called the guest staying at the vacation rental, and she rounded up the kids, and they went to the caverns. And besides that, in 7 years, I don't think there have been any complaints that I know about. As a matter of fact, the noise complaints that I have gotten are from 3 of my vacation rentals that are in the downtown area, and guests have actually complained, geez, I couldn't sleep last night till 1 or 2 until the bar closed down. So I don't think this noise complaint issue is particular just to the vacation rental business. I personally have a 21-year-old neighbor who moved in 6 months ago, who was a constant reminder of what a nuisance I probably was about 10 years ago. So perhaps there is some type of noise ordinance that needs to be looked at. But overall, I think that vacation rentals are vital to our community, and we couldn't do without them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Stafford again, California Properties. Just a few quick comments again on my own behalf. Obviously, Lake Tulloch seems to be the main problem here. Obviously, Lake Tulloch is a resort community.
Sir, you're up here a second time around. What I would ask is that you wait until people who have not yet spoken speak, and then come at the end of that. I will allow for a second time if there's a need to respond to things that came up.
Good afternoon, good morning. I'm Patricia Gutierrez, Vallecito. I recognize Mr. Claudino, I think, from traffic court. And here we are again.
I'm so proud of you. She's a graduate.
Are you a repeat offender or one time?
No, I think of him every time I buckle up, though. Thank you. My husband and I have been in the rental business for many years in Calaveras County. And in the beginning, it was hard to control renters who were a nuisance and didn't keep up the yards. We're one of the few landlords, I think, that pay all of the water bills so that they will keep things up, and sometimes that doesn't work. Renters are very hard to get rid of when they're a nuisance. When Calaveras County became Queen of the Sierras, it became the destination for wineries and so on, we rented 4 of our little houses in Murphy's. They were just little 2-bedroom rentals to a young entrepreneur. She pays the rent on time. She has landscapers come in and keep the place impeccable. They're impeccable inside and out. Property values have increased, and I feel it's a plus for the community. If this law is passed, we'll revert to renters again. It'll be a rental month to month instead of a vacation cottage. And I think it's an enforcement problem of nuisance, and I hope that the county doesn't use this as an opportunity to increase more fees, more taxes, because that's not going to help. I also thought this would be, with the gas prices, the death knell to this vacation cottage thing. It has been the reverse. More and more tourists are coming. We're booked solidly through the summer, and I think it's because Americans aren't traveling abroad so much. They're coming to Calaveras County, and that's a plus for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name's Phil Stegman, and I'm down in Poker Flat at Lake Tulloch. And first off, whoever it was that spoke about your neighbors, well, he's absolutely right. You cannot choose your neighbors. And I'd like each one of you to sit in that position to think about what it is having parties next door to your house going on constantly every weekend, every summer. If you're going to keep the ordinance in effect, then enforce the ordinance. If you're going to modify the ordinance, then please give law enforcement, code compliance, and public safety the tools that they need to enforce it. This is obviously it's a monetary issue here also, but there needs to be some help with the people who are homeowners and property owners in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get his extra time?
No.
Yeah,
It depends.
he's reserving it for later, I imagine.
Good morning. My name is Mike Whiting. I've communicated with some of you. I'm glad to see the turnout here today. I am here to speak on behalf of vacation rentals to be continued to be allowed as a legal practice, as it has been in my interpretation since they put water in that lake. I am surprised that I do agree that it is a neighborhood matter, and I am quite surprised that we're at this level, putting the at risk an economy for a county, which, by the way, the TOT, if the phone call is correct to your tax collector's office, excluding Angels Camp, which I'm understanding is incorporated, city is $413,000 a year, 2/3 of which, and this is the guesstimate, is presumably single-family vacation rentals. So that's just the TOT. It has none of the ancillary businesses. I'm a little bit, this response to the attorney's letter, I am the procurer of that. When I did receive the notice, by the way, this is a vacation home for me too. I do rent it 40 nights a year, but the rest of the time I use it, and it's been my little happy place. Lately, getting involved with the local government and politics, it's being less and less of a happy place for me. But I understand property rights. That's part of the business that I'm in. And I, honest to God, had felt, and I hear just little grumblings, but up until a month ago, many of the people in this room, certainly from North County, didn't know about it or said, it's no big deal, don't sweat it. When I received this particular notice, and I'm sorry, but there are people that I know on this list, but this particular notice that was sent out by homeowners in Poker Flat was so inflammatory. I really thought they had found the silver bullet. I thought, I'm toast. So what did I do? I pulled the zoning ordinance out again, which I did, by the way, 60 years ago when I built my house, and called planning department staff at the counter. No, I don't know who I spoke with. It's legal. It's been a legal practice, just as I had participated in for 20 years. 6 years as an owner, 15 years prior as a vacation renter, and presumably I paid the property manager, and there was a TOT tax being paid. Now I don't have the ability to respond to council's response to the letter from my attorney, which, by the way, I didn't want a garden variety attorney to render judgment on this, because they're a dime a dozen, as some of you might agree. I spoke with 3 attorneys and kind of worked my way up the ladder. Who do I need to talk to? The gentleman I spoke with was right in my backyard. His name is John Barasoni. He is a specialist and an expert in land use, zoning law, and municipal law. He currently is the chief counsel and city attorney for 2, not 1, but 2 cities, which happen to be resort communities on Monterey Bay that have similar problems. So I asked him, I said, John, I'm buried, right? Tell me what here's the letter, here's the ordinance, here's the site, do your work, come back to me. And he came back to me with that letter. I'm assuming most in the audience have not heard this letter, have not seen it. But I believe it's very pertinent. I wonder if I could take just a few minutes just to, if nothing else, highlight it. And I know I see my sand going, but I think it...
Actually, you've got about a minute, as I figure, because the previous speaker was on the same sand thing, so you got about a minute and a half.
Well, first of all, he states quite emphatically that it's not illegal. Currently. Vague, perhaps, in the language, but the correspondence that I've been told is that the fact that it is clearly not called a legal use in your zoning ordinance is therefore concluded that it cannot be a vacation rental. I pointed out from early on to today that neither does it state that month-to-month leases are legal as a legal use in an R1 zoning district. Nobody here today is, to my knowledge, is arguing that fact. If it's vague, yes, but according to my counsel, who is hired by other municipalities throughout the state of California to help interpret this law, says it's fine the way it's written. He says they can outlaw it. He says supervisors have the ability to do so. They can amend it and change it. But he says, well, the way it's written now is legal. And I would encourage you, and I would like to see the response, as he had requested yesterday when I spoke with him to ask if there was any further questions. He has not received that either as of yesterday. How's my sand doing?
You're pretty much...
In conclusion, transient occupancy, as seems to be the buzzword here today, it has been determined that it is not mentioned anywhere in the 5 residential code zones in Calaveras County and the 10 commercial code zones in Calaveras County. So therefore, using that logic, transient occupancy is not legal anywhere, be it hotel, bed and breakfast, etc. I am willing to work with the community to work out a compromise, which has, by the way, never been suggested to me. It's been a baby out with the bathwater mentality. I understand, but it also has to apply to homeowners and their guests, because they're up there having a good time as well, and it's been an issue in our cove, and we just have accepted it as that's what we bought into when we bought into Poker Flat Rental. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
I already signed in. My name is Andy Heights. I want to thank the Academy. Oh, wait, that's the wrong meeting. I bought a lot at Lake Tulloch, Poker Flats, in 1979. I bought it as an R1. No short-term rentals allowed, I was told. I was also told by the real estate agent at that time that I could sneak in a side door and do an in-law unit and rent that and offset my costs, etc. But if I get caught, it's illegal. So why are we talking about this? I mean, it sounds like a non-issue to me. It's been on the books. Let's enforce it. I happen to be in a peculiar situation like this man's son. I own a rental property in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. And my neighbor happens to be the architect that I use for building a house also in Cabo San Lucas. And he complains about our tenants because every weekend it's like spring break. And at Lake Tulloch, I live on the water, and there are several short-term rentals on the lake close to us. There's one right across the street, or the water, I should say, from us. They often have 4 or 5 boats, 20 people plus. You can hear the pool balls, whacking at 2 in the morning. It's ridiculous. I mean, at 2 and 3, last year, at 3 in the morning, they were screaming. Bloody murder. Right across our cove. And down the cove, there are 2 other rental units. Same thing. Extremely loud. And it's their only weekend. We happen to live there. So when spring breakers come, which is what every weekender is a spring breaker, they party all night long. And so at the same time, I empathize with the people that bought the homes thinking, oh gosh, I can offset the cost, etc., with the rental. In Cabo, what they did is noise violation past 10 o'clock, $500 fine, immediate. But they have security every 5 minutes drive by the house. Can we really afford that at Lake Tulloch? Have you tried calling a sheriff at Lake Tulloch? It takes you half hour to an hour to get a police officer out there. So I think the ordinance we have now needs to be enforced, or maybe heavy fines, but I definitely support 30-day rental, period. No short-term rental. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have signed. My name is Farzi Mum. I also own a property in Poker Flat, like Lake Tulloch. I'm really concerned about the short-term rental situation. It's getting worse all the time. And this is a property that when we bought 7-8 years ago, we thought that this is where we're going to retire. And it looks like that it's party house. Every other house, across away from our cove, next here and next there, and 20, 30 people to each home. It is ridiculous. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, like the gentleman just said, we can't even leave our windows open. That's really, it's not respecting your neighbors. And of course, the people who are renting it, they're not there next week. They don't know me. They don't care. And also, I'm really amazed with all the realtors that they came up here and they were surprised that this was R1 zoning. I'm a realtor also. When I bought my home, that's the first thing that I checked. Wanted to make sure that this was single-family home that I was buying, because my intention was to move here when I retired. As it is right now, I don't know what's going to happen in the future. And another thing that I wanted to talk about is California. When you sell your home, when you put it in the market, you're supposed to disclose, and there are disclosure laws, as the noise and the parking and zoning violations. You have to disclose to the potential buyer, which means when I go to sell my house, I'm going to get less money for my house because nobody has a peace of mind in my house. And I think that needs to stop. It's too loud. It's too crowded. It's too... it's illegal. It's illegal to have short-term rentals. The R1 zoning specifically says 30 days or more. And I don't know what part of it some of the people here don't understand. That is what R1 zoning is. And another question that I had was about this tax that you're collecting. Where does this tax money go? Is there any form that these people who rent, I know that I own a property in another state that is a transient rental, and I get a note from the government, from that county, every year that this is how much I have to pay. I have a designated business number that I send this tax to. Where does the money go here? And why would the county accept the money that's created illegally? And those are really my questions. And people are being rewarded for breaking the laws, and it seems like nobody's there to enforce the laws. This is what we bought our homes. We bought R1 zoning home. Maybe other areas have other problems, but our area is really, really intolerable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks for the time to talk to you all. I want to thank Russ Thomas for the time that he spent coming out and talking to myself and my family. Live in Diamond 20 off of Hodson. I would like to say that I sure feel for these guys in Poker Flat.
Could you state your name?
Jerry Harmon.
I'm
sorry. I feel for these guys in Poker Flat. I no longer use Lake Tulloch as a place to go and recreate with my boat to fish because of the fact that it's just flat out dangerous in there because of the amount of traffic. And I know the excess traffic on the lake is directly a result of the transient rentals that you have going on there. I would be in favor of option number 6 that puts some teeth into the law and restricts transient rentals to nothing short of 30 days, none of these weekend things. Let's be honest. These people are going there for one thing, They're there to have a good time. And real estate agents, you're here for one thing. It's about your income. It's about your money. It's about the dollar. That's the only reason that they don't want any laws passed or anything done about this. Along with this would be a noise ordinance, which would cover the problems that we have over in Diamond 20, which is, sure, everybody has property rights, but does that give you the right to infringe upon the right of the person next to you to live in harmony, peace, sleep in on a weekend if you wanted to, talk on the telephone without the decibels of 6 to 8 high-pitched motorcycles going 8 to 12 hours a day, a dust cloud that you can't see when you go down the road? Call CHP? That's a big deal. It's not going to happen. Those guys are not going to show up. It's low priority. As much as I respect the law enforcement, having worked in law enforcement myself down in the valley for 5 years, I understand that it is a low priority call. Call the sheriff's office. They're not going to come out and patrol there either. It's a California Vehicle Code law that states that you have to have a motor vehicle license with a Class M1 license, which regulates motorcycles. You have to be registered and you have to be insured to drive on California vehicle on the roads for your motorcycles. So if the High Patrol or the sheriff doesn't want to enforce those laws, how are you going to enforce anything else about transients coming in? At what point in time do we draw the line and say these laws we'll enforce and these laws we won't? These we like and these we don't. If they're on the books, we need to enforce them. These kids are driving up and down the road, doing a wheelie for a couple hundred yards. Some have helmets and some don't. We had a Metaflight come in there a couple weeks ago, airlifted a guy that wrecked on his motorcycle head-on into a vehicle in Diamond 20. He is a 26-year-old man that came over the crest of the hill going really fast, and these roads were not designed for two-lane traffic. They are not. There's no center line. There's no outside line markers. These are very narrow roads. You're going to have to go 25 miles an hour like it says. But if you got a kid going 60 miles an hour on a dirt bike, at some point in time, you're going to be scraping him up off the pavement, and you can forget the Metaflight. Just go ahead and have a service for that kid. That's too bad, but these parents want to have a motorcycle club over there, and they've got, anywhere from 8 to 12 bikes over there at any point in time. They have bleachers set up. This is 150, 200 yards from our front door. We all have 20-acre parcels, but when you put those two homes right across the road from each other, and then you put a dirt bike park in your front yard, we have LaGrange. Let them go to an off-road vehicle park. That's why California has mandated these parks so that you can ride these off-road vehicles. If they want to practice their dirt bikes, go there. But we need a noise ordinance that would also cover the transient problem that you have in Poker Flat. I feel for these guys that bought property and said to themselves, I'm going to make a quick buck and I'm going to live there 2 months out of the year and rent it out the rest of the time. Maybe you should have got into a different business. I think that we want permanent residents here, not people coming and going. It's a zoo. If you want to turn into Old Copper and go towards Poker Flat on the weekend, wait your turn to get out on Highway 4. Who's paying for the extra cost for our highways and stuff? I would guess that not the residents that bought the homes that are renting them out to these people for the weekend that stay up until 2 and 3 in the morning. So anyway, I appreciate your time, and I hope that you pass some ordinance that would give the law some teeth, and maybe the sheriff's office could enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Emmett Kilgariff. I'm actually an owner of a couple of vacation rentals on Lake Tulloch and Poker Flat. And there are a couple of points I wanted to bring up. I sent a letter and email to all the supervisors, so I won't go over those points. And I agree with a lot of what's been said. Something needs to be done about the noise issue. I think that's the key thing here. But where our two houses are, they're in a cove, and there are about 12 houses in that cove. There are probably 3 full-time residents in that cove, and the other 9 houses are second homes to people or vacation rentals and so forth. So I can understand why people would be upset if they're next to a vacation rental house. But being a full-time resident up there is not in the majority. And the people who are part-time second homers often bring up their guests, their family, their kids bring up their guests and have parties up there. In fact, on Memorial Day, we actually had the pleasure to stay in our house up there. There was a party going on across the street in a house that wasn't a vacation rental that went on to 2 in the morning. And I knew this partly from the noise from the party and partly from the noise from our other neighbor's dog barking at them all night until 2 in the morning. So my big point is vacation rentals and second homes is what that neighborhood's about. That's the majority of the things. And the noise problem is the key problem that needs to be solved, not the vacation rental problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vivian Tolley. I'm here as a concerned resident of Poker Flat. We are experiencing a tremendous overload of problems within our R1 zoned area. Our problem is with short-term rentals. Where there was once a quiet, friendly neighborhood, it has started to be a business area with noise, overcrowding, pollution, and parking problems from weekend transients who come only to party and have fun for the days that they have paid for. This is now a public nuisance. Last year in our cul-de-sac and surrounding homes, there were 2 short-term rentals. Now there are 4 rentals. As a family dwelling, you do not invite guests or family, your grandmother, your uncles, your aunt, and cousins, and charge them $300 or more a night. And if a short-term renter is fined, the property manager and homeowner pockets their deposit while we are up at 1 or 2 in the morning or hear foul language, and here comes the 4th of July with bottle rockets, M80s, and also there's tremendous litter on the lake. And if the rules and regulations are handed, a pamphlet is handed to a renter, yes, those 2 people may read it, but what about the other 10 to 12 people? I doubt very much they read these rules and regulations. That's why we have this problem now. These rentals are for profit, not for need. These waterfront homes are priced in the $1 to $2 million range. If there was a financial need to do so, they can rent as long as it is 30 days or more. As you can see, this is starting to cause tremendous problems, and we hope that you help our community by enforcing the R1 zoning. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Caleb Brock. My grandparents own 3 lots in Poker Flat, and they do not rent any of them. I came here kind of as a professional standpoint, I guess. I'm a master's student in urban and regional planning right now, and I had a very intense semester on learning and reading and writing code.
Looking for a job by any chance?
I graduate in December. And I've read through the code, and it's not fitting for each of the situations. Calaveras County is very unique in that there's a limited number of incorporated cities, and it seems the majority of the problem that people have been addressing today is around Lake Tulloch and around Copperopolis. And of course, there's no municipality, no governing ordinance that just addresses them beyond what property owners associations have, but of course they still have to abide by the county's ordinance. So what's prompting the council to take action and change the current law that's being broken? It seems all too often that government changes laws to accommodate the power of few, the ones that have the most influence, the most money, and the ones in this case that are breaking the law. And I understand that actions probably aren't going to be taken to commend what has happened thus far, but we need to come to some kind of agreement within each district and as a county. And the one thing that I can come up with and that I've learned about is developing overlay districts. The rental properties up in the mountains in the snow area, I don't think there's been anybody that's complained about the short-term rental, and they really rely on that, and so that maybe that's best for them. The people around Poker Flat or Lake Tulloch or other areas around Copperopolis, they might want something else. And it is the job of the district supervisor for the district to bring to the council recommendations that are most suited for their district and that can still comply with the rest of the county. So I urge you to look into an overlay district that could accommodate each of these areas rather than just rezoning the entire county, which will not be suitable for everybody. And finally, If we had an overlay district, especially in Poker Flat, you would have to, I'm sure you would need to get some kind of traffic engineer and safety engineers to get in there, and you will find out that there's not adequate parking in at least some areas to allow rental units for some parts. So with having an overlay district, there's going to definitely be a need for strict regulations, especially along safety and, of course, noise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did that young man leave his name or his address and telephone number? Okay, thanks, Chair.
Hi, my name is Steve Silver, and I actually represent Lake Tulloch Vacation Rentals. And first of all, I'd kind of like to apologize that that it's actually reached this level. Unfortunately, as a property manager, I originally got into this for the purpose of actually trying to control somewhat the problem that does exist, because quite honestly, I not only am a property manager, but I'm a homeowner, and it so happens to be that I'm a homeowner on that same cul-de-sac that has been mentioned that has 4 rentals. And just so I can set the record straight, I'm a full-time resident on that cul-de-sac, and there really isn't any other person on that cul-de-sac that's a full-time resident other than myself. There are only 2 rentals on that cul-de-sac. The thing I really wanted to say more than anything, because because most everything has been said. The thing I just wanted to clarify is that as a property manager, I think I'm more in a position to where I can take care of these problems, and yet, from the standpoint of the individuals who are complaining, I have never heard one complaint from any homeowner to me about this stuff. I hear about it through means of the association or through emails that are going around, but nobody's ever made a phone call to me, and yet they're very much aware of my position, and it would be very easy to do so that I could nip this problem and set things in place to where we can try to control some of these issues. I guess more than anything, I'd just like to say that we as property managers are here to help the problem, and I guess I would appreciate not being considered the problem. Thank you.
Would you like to leave your number for a hotline for?
Boy, that's a dangerous thing to ask, huh?
Well,
those people.
Well, you all know where to call.
Those people are aware.
All right.
Thank you.
My name is Jim McCown. I live at 347 Sunrise Road in Copperopolis, which is in the Poker Flat subdivision. A couple of things I'd like to mention. One is that we've heard a lot of talk about property rights. One of the things that it seems that in our society today, everyone is very concerned about their rights. I have a right to have my music loud. I have a right to let my dog bark. I have a right to let my dog run around. I have a right to speed if I want to. I have property rights because I bought this property. I think it's what we've lost as a society is the fact that my rights end here and somebody else's begin. At the end of your nose, your rights end and somebody else's begin. The neighbor next to me has property rights, but I also have property rights. And when their property rights start infringing on mine, theirs end because I have mine that I should be able to also exercise. The other thing is that a lot of talk has been, a lot of people have said, or several people have mentioned that without this rental income, these people couldn't afford to keep these places. Most of these places, I'm sure, have mortgages on them. When these mortgages were procured, I would be willing to bet that none of the people that got this mortgage went to the mortgage company and said, oh yeah, I'm going to count on short-term rentals as part of the way that I'm going to pay for this place. Because I doubt they would have got a loan very easy. All these people qualified for the loans that they have to purchase this property. That keeps it from being so much of an economic thing. It is an economic thing. It is a very profitable business. My own choice is that we would not have short-term rentals. I believe we should enforce the code we have. However, being realistic, I'm also pretty sure that that's not going to be the end result of this meeting. So there are a couple of things that I would certainly like to see the council or the supervisors take into consideration when you start deciding what we're going to do if we're going to change the ordinance and make short-term rentals acceptable. There are a few things that need to be looked at. One is that all the properties that are going to be used as short-term rentals should be looked at. They should be looked at very carefully by building and by fire to see if they meet current codes. Hotels have to meet certain regulations, and if you're going to have large numbers of people in an area that was designed for maybe a third that many people, then we should make sure that all fire codes are in place, or all fire codes are being met, that all building codes, electric, plumbing, everything meets the use of this property. And so I would suggest that in order to get a permit to have a short-term rental, that they have to apply for the permit and they have to have inspections. The other thing is that there should be off-street parking for all vehicles that will be at that place. One of the real problems in the Oakland fire that the firefighters had was that the streets were narrow and there were vehicles parked where the emergency fire trucks couldn't get in there. Those homes were close together. Well, Poker Flat, those homes are close together. 15 feet max between almost any of them. And some places even less than that. Some places as little as 10 feet. So a fire at one place, if the fire trucks couldn't get to it, could very easily spread. And we could have a very, very serious situation there because emergency vehicles can't get down these roads when we have 15 people in a house and they've got 14 vehicles there if you count the trailers and everything that are there. The other thing that I think should be really important is that all hotels have a manager that's there 24 hours a day. It's usually more than one. They have somebody at a desk, somebody that you can call and say, I've got a problem. Any short-term rental should be required to have a manned telephone or a woman telephone, doesn't matter, as long as there's somebody picking it up and saying hello instead of a voicemail. Someone that you can call, that you can get immediate response from, not leave a message, we'll get back to you tomorrow because this is 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm asleep. But someone who you can call at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, your renters are causing a problem, and that they would be held responsible for going and stopping the problem themselves. And then lastly, that you give the Sheriff's Department some laws, some teeth in the law, that they can go out and enforce it. Noise ordinances, parking ordinances, blocking roads, whatever it is. Give the Sheriff's Department some muscle. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm already signed in. My name is Sheldon Toso, and I'm a property owner in Poker Flat.
Could you repeat your last name, please?
Toso.
Toso.
I've lived there since 1988, and I'd like to reiterate what Jerry Brock said one time to you, is he said you have no idea what the problem is until you have a vacation rental or short-term rental right next to you, and there's a lot of truth to that, okay? The short-term rentals, the majority of them are really good people. It's a small minority that are bad, but when they're bad, they are really bad, and it is a problem. I know for a fact that the association has been dealing with this problem since 1996, And in that time, the association has taken a very aggressive and active role in trying to resolve the issues with short-term rentals. One of the ways they do that is to issue citations and fines. The problem with the fines is the renters are here today, gone tomorrow. So it's just a matter of the cost of the weekend for the fine. So it really has very little impact on them. What I would ask you today is, whatever you do, please, please take the time to address this serious, serious issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've already signed in. Good morning. My name is Darren Tolley. I'm actually a second generation going to Lake Tulloch, Poker Flat. We're at 433 Lakeview Road on the water. I'm only 26 years old. I'm a second generation going up to this lake. I really enjoy it. My parents bought the place as a retirement house. They're up there most of the time. And this isn't just a problem that's just come up in the past year. It's been going on, as far as I can remember, at least a decade. We have neighbors, they're short-term rentals by us. They're out of control, drunk at 2 a.m. in the morning, obviously being loud. It's a noise problem. Using profanities. I've smelled drugs, smoking marijuana there. That's going on next to us. There's about 4 or 5 rentals near our place, and it's just out of control. There's too many boats on the water, mostly because of transient rentals, jet skiers, people who are uneducated on waterways. That's why we're having accidents at Tulloch now. I got a little article here for you guys. This is not my words. Captain Clay Hawkins of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. He went on to say in this article, it's the smallest lake and most congested. More potential for accidents is just greater. Captain Hawkins said midsummer survey flights have counted, for example, 34 boats per square mile in Comanche Reservoir, 34 per square mile on New Hogan Reservoir, 36 per square mile on New Maloney's Reservoir, and at Tulloch, the smallest of them all, there's 150 boats per square mile. That's not my words. That's our own sheriff, Captain. The more boats you got crammed together, the more potential there is for an accident, Hawkins said. Last year we had no accidents. This year we have had 3. And this was taken from June 7th. I took this off June 7th, 2008. When he said this, it was around June 14th, about a year ago, 2007. A boat count at Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office reported on June 14th, 2007, found 785 boats on the 21 square mile Don Pedro Reservoir, 250 on New Maloney's 17 square miles, and at Tulloch, which is only 2 square miles, there were 1,183 boats. Now, my family has 2 boats, and we take one out at a time. When you get a transient renter in there, they go in, there's one family that rents it, but several more families come. I've counted with my own eyes about 5, 6 boats tied up in the front of one house and several jet skis. You guys talk about safety. We've already had 3 accidents last year. There's going to be more this year unless something's done. These people have an option. They can rent their houses out for a month. But when you get short-term, people don't respect the neighbors. They're there to have a good time, get drunk, do crazy things. And it's just not fair to your constituents who actually live in the area. I was reading the Calaveras County government's mission statement. You guys put that on your agenda today. You guys talk about a safe community. I've already went over that. The lake is getting unsafe. It's been brought up that sewage pumps, when they're overloaded with 20 to 40 people in a single family dwelling, when it's overloaded, can spill into the lake. And if you want to see that firsthand, come to our place on a busy weekend at the end of our cul-de-sac, and you'll smell a little something. You guys talk about protecting personal liberties. Well, I have a personal liberty when I'm up there to sleep. I enjoy the lake just like everyone else. I'm quiet when I'm supposed to be, not too loud, but I do have a good time. Calaveras County is a beautiful place to spend time at, and I do that, but I do it in a respectable manner. Transient renters have not done that. I also a high quality of life. People are talking about people paying their mortgages, all that kind of stuff. These are several multi-million-dollar homes. These don't just fall into something like this. My parents paid their mortgage. They have the right to to enjoy their place just like I do, and hopefully, God willing, when I retire, I want to be up here too. Problem is, these short-term renters trash the place, beer bottles in the water. It's just not safe for the people around us. It's not safe to have trailers parked in the roads, a fire hazard, and it's not safe when there's sewage spilling into our reservoir. So please address that problem and keep us in mind when you guys make your decision. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Jerry Brock, and I do live at 415 Lakeview Road, Mr. Silver. Mr. Silver's addressed the council and said that we had his phone number, but it's pretty hard to talk to him if he won't answer the phone. I want to talk to you about strictly Poker Flat and the surrounding area around Lake Tulloch. Poker Flat subdivision was designed for single-family dwellings, not short-term rentals. We want you, the supervisors, to tell the county to enforce the code now. Not wait till you change things or talk about things. The law says the code is now. We want you to enforce it now. Most of the lakefront homes are on one-way streets. That causes the problem. The sewer systems on these lakefront homes are designed for single-family dwellings. They're not designed for hotel zones or for a lot of extra people. There is no extra parking. There is no extra parking in the association's parking lot. They're full. At Lake Tulloch, we have a large hotel at the north end of the lake and a large campground at the south end of the lake. This is to accommodate people on short term, not at our expense. In my cul-de-sac, Mr. Silver says there's 2 or 3 rentals there. You know, on the internet I can count 10 houses and 6 of them are rentals. I want you, the supervisors, let me look here. As you, the supervisors, how would you, I want to ask you this question. How would you, the supervisors, like to live in this situation? You retire and you move to Lake Tulloch, and each weekend you have all the intrusion of all these extra people, all these extra boats, all these extra jet skis intruding on our neighborhood. Is that right? My answer is no. You're going to have to let your conscience be your guide on that. Do you, the supervisors, think it is important for the county to collect illegal transit tax money to enforce the R1 zoning code do you think it's right for you to collect the tax money that's illegal rather than protect the people that own their home there and live there? You know, we had a vote. We had it on the ballot in our association in September. There was 320 people in our association voted. 220 voted to eliminate short-term rentals. That pretty much tells you that we as a whole do not want short-term rentals in our association. This is a question I want to ask you. What is the environmental impact on Poker Flat subdivision if all the homes, 300 to 400, apply for this permit for short-term rentals? What would that impact be? We'd have a hotel zone, wouldn't we? What is the impact, the environmental impact on our roads, our sewer system, the air we breathe, the lake itself, our generation and our next generation? Before you, the supervisors, think about making any changes or addressing the R1 zoning code in any way, we need a complete report on all these things. Until this is done, we want you, the supervisors, to have the county enforce the R1 zoning code. Poker Flat.
Sir, you're at your 5 minutes, so could you summarize, please?
Poker Flat and the area around Lake Tulloch are very unique and very beautiful. Please do not ruin this area. Please enforce the R1 zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brock.
My name is Stuart Mumm. I'm a property owner at the Poker Flat area of Tulloch Lake, and I've been a property owner in Calaveras County for over 20 years now. It's interesting because my home in Poker Flat is a second home, but I bought it as an R1 residential area to go up and enjoy on my time off and to hopefully retire to when I reach that point in my life. So did everyone else who's renting their home up there. There's no one who bought their home that wasn't R1, and we all knew what the zoning was and what the rules are. And I enjoy a good time just like anyone else. I bring my family up there. We have a great time. But I don't do it at the expense of my neighbors. I don't feel that that's my right, and I abide by the codes. It's interesting in listening to the arguments I'm hearing. On the one hand, there are codes. They're written for good reason. They've been formulated by the county. They say that 30-day rentals are legal. Less than 30 days are not. There are health issues in terms of sewage. There are public safety issues in terms of illegal parking and emergency vehicle access. And there's just plain an issue that's been mentioned a number of times here that none of us have the right to impose on our neighbors because we want to have a good time. On the other hand, I hear the arguments, I've been doing it a long time, so I should be able to continue doing it, which I don't need to point out the absurdity of that argument to you, and that this is very important for other areas of the county on an economic basis, and I can certainly sympathize with that argument. However, I would dispute how valuable it is to the Poker Flat area because most of the people that I see fill up their boat in the Bay Area, fill up their groceries in the Bay Area, they come up to Poker Flat, they party, they dump their trash, maybe they go down to the supermarket and buy an extra 6-pack of beer, but they're not really supporting our economy like your full-time residents are there. I would say, indeed, that Ebbets Pass, Arnold, Blue Lake Springs, Bear Valley areas are very different from Poker Flat. Here you've got a geographically diverse region, a very wide region. In Poker Flat, most of the lakefront homes are on 50-foot lots. They've got 5 to 7.5-foot setbacks. They're packed in together. When people come up there in the summer, the doors are open. They're right there in 2 locations on Lake Tulloch, and the effects impact everyone who's in the Lake Tulloch community. I would ask, therefore, that you enforce the existing zoning codes, which have been there, were there when all of us bought our property, and all of us knew what they were when we bought it. However, if you're inclined to separate a solution, my concern is Tulloch Lake. My concern is not other areas of the county. I'm not adversely impacted in other areas of the county. And if you're going to bifurcate a solution, I would suggest a system that takes into account these differences: the Tulloch Lake lack of infrastructure, lack of sewage, lack of parking. If anyone wants to do a short-term rental in Tulloch Lake, they should have to apply for a permit. They should get a license. They should have to show that they have parking, they have sewage, they have facilities that are able to accommodate this. There should be a fine structure in place that would ensure compliance. $50 or $100 to someone who's getting $600 a night isn't going to ensure compliance. I personally have a transient rental in another state. I bought it in an area that was zoned for transient rentals that allows it. I have a business license. I get a form from the county. I fill it out. And I believe it's twice a year we pay our transient rental tax. I am very dubious that any of these people around Tulloch Lake are paying this transient rental tax. How can they do it? They don't have a license. Do they have a business license to do this? If not, how are they sending in the money? I have to fill out a form that gives my business license. I have to say what my income was, and they take their percentage. How does anybody who doesn't have a license fill out a transient rental and send it into the county? And if they do, what do? Put it in an envelope and say, here's $50 or something? How do you know you're getting the right amount? And if someone does go to the county and say, I'm in an R1 zone, I want a license to run a transient rental, are they going to get it? It's illegal according to zoning. So I don't really believe a lot of the smoke and mirrors that are thrown up here that, oh, we're paying and we're so valuable to the county. They're a burden on the county, at least in the Tulloch Lake area, and I'm willing to bet that there's an awful lot of them that aren't paying a darn thing, and that they're shoving the burden on the rest of us who are in the neighborhood. So my suggestion to you is, if you're going to do that, make them get a license, make them get a permit, make them show that they have parking, not just for cars, but for boats and trailers and everything else that come along with them. Have a fine structure that hits not only the owner, but the renter and the property manager. And what I would suggest to you is a fine structure that accelerates. You have one violation, it's $500. You have two violations, it's $1,000. You have three violations, it's $2,500, and your license is gone. That's how you're going to enforce it. Without that kind of enforcement, you're not going to get compliance. And someone else mentioned, oh, you can call the association, you can call the highway patrol, you can call the sheriff. We haven't had any complaints. Sure, you don't get complaints because the sheriffs, we all know how thin they're stretched. We're lucky if we have one person controlling the whole Copperopolis area. That's why you don't hear complaints. People shut their windows and give up. What we're asking the supervisors to do is to enforce the existing codes and protect the rights of those of us who are living within those codes. Thank you.
Thank you. That was, by the way, exactly at 1 Sands time.
Hi, my name is Dan Sider. I'm owner-broker of Big Trees Realty and Big Trees Vacation Rentals and Sierra Vacation Properties. We manage over 90 properties in the county, from Angels Camp, Murphy's, Arnold, and Big Trees. I just want to say I agree with what Don Fry said and what Doug Shin said in terms of their statements. I'm not going to go into those things, and also Cynthia Trade and some things she said. But I wanted to elaborate what we do as managers when we manage properties is that we try to make it a win-win situation. And I'm specifically talking about my company. I think most of the companies in the past do this too. Is they try to, if they do have a problem with a certain tenant, they don't vacation rental tenant, I typically don't rent to them again. So and we try to keep that to a minimum too. The problems, when I first took over the vacation program, I had some rentals that I never had involved with in terms of booking, and actually there were some problems. And the problem was noise. And what I've done, I created systems to fix these problems. Throughout the last 4 years, I've taken over this business. And what I've done is we also look who we manage to. We look at the cost involved in terms of because I find sometimes when you don't charge enough for certain things, for certain units, we would get people that would create problems. I would give you an example here. We took over Greenhorn Creek. We managed Greenhorn Creek cottages, and Greenhorn Creek had a terrible problem with people creating problems in their rec facilities and things like that. And what we did is we looked at what group of people create those problems, and we don't rent to those type of people anymore. We really look at the kind of people we rent to. So, those are in that case, it was a bunch of golfers that were a group of guys that were golfing, and they were paying cheaper rates too. And so we raised the rates, and we got rid of that problem. And actually, Greenhorn Creek complimented us on making their facilities less. They didn't have those problems and calls at nights regarding problems. Other times, also, my company has somebody on call 24 hours a day, so that addresses that issue. We have, if somebody calls, there's a problem, we address it right away, and there's only been very few. We get very few calls because but when they do happen, we address it right away, and also we get them to. Like one example, I had a church group. They were singing with loudspeakers, and we made them turn off their loudspeakers, and they just sang. And they had a group there, and we just addressed it right away. You can't do that anymore. The other issue, parking. We look at how many groups of families they're coming in with. Sometimes you can't address that all the way, but the one thing I do address though is neighbors. I try to talk to all the neighbors and say, if there's a problem, you call me. I want to know, and that's the thing. It doesn't. These problems don't occur that often in the past. Most renters are groups of families that just want to come and just have a great time, and they don't cause problems. But I have systems in place so that I can address those issues. The other thing, I think. I was a planner for many years, and I was a planner for San Joaquin County, Calaveras County, and Tuolumne County, and I understand the code issue could be a thing, and if we need to change the code to allow permitted use, but I think the biggest issue is to solve the problem. I think the problems are possibly, I heard from the past there were some people who were renting themselves, and actually some of those people, they're not addressing those issues. They're just renting them, and they don't have somebody there answering that phone or addressing those issues. And then also noise. Noise has always been an issue. Lake Tulloch, even when I was a planner, had a lot of issues with noise and things like that. And that subdivision is just made so you're so close to your neighbor. You just can't help. And so there's issues that way, and I don't know how to address that per se in that subdivision, other than people have to, when they bought the property, they must have been aware how close you were to your neighbor in those codes. But anyway, I just hope we can look at this issue as a win-win situation so we can solve the problem. I don't think there's many problems too much in the past up where we are, per se, that often. But in Copper Cove, I think the noise ordinance change would probably maybe solve that problem a little more. In terms of TOT, I think you are missing. Okay, one more thing. TOT, if you go after all the people who are renting themselves, the county could collect a tremendous amount of money, I think, also, too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Joaquin, and I live on Lakeview Road, the same cul-de-sac. I've also cleaned 10 of the vacation rentals for Lake Tulloch Vacation Rentals, and I also have lived across the street from the Brox and next door to Nick since 2002. So I have a good perspective of what's going on. First of all, gosh, I don't know where to start. There's so much. Steve Silver goes through great pains to screen the people he rents to. They are all given the rules. He checks to make sure that they're parked in the correct places. I have never been blocked from my home or ever had lack of parking on my cul-de-sac since 2002. I've never had it blocked, so I don't know what the Brox are trying to tell you about that. Poker Flat security patrols constantly, and they ticket everyone for any little thing. Your tire is parked over the white line, you get a ticket. You know, so I know this one. If you're parked there for more than 48 hours, you get a ticket. You know, so once my son was sick for 3 days, he got a ticket. He didn't move his car. So this is an internal issue. Poker Flat, when they voted on to prohibit the vacation rentals, they got a lot of votes saying they want it done, but they didn't get 2/3 because in Poker Flat, if you don't vote, you have more power. So people didn't vote because they know that it's more power to them not to vote because they need a 2/3 majority to pass anything through. I've had the opportunity to clean up after all these vacation rentals in Poker Flat, which only represents 5% of the homes in Poker Flat are vacation rentals. So these people are nice people. They're good family people. They clean. Sometimes they leave it cleaner than they got it. They take their own garbage home because they get charged $10 a bag if they don't. I wish they left more garbage, so then I'd get more money. But and I hear the same noise that these other people are complaining about on the lake, and it's coming from the boats. It's these people on their boats late at night. So you can't expect the sheriffs to be able to control that unless they're in the boats. And I don't know what else to say except I don't think this is as big a problem as it is a personal issue with a few of our neighbors in the cul-de-sac. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Ralph Soto. I signed up already. I live in Poker Flat Homeowners Association. The reason I got up here to speak was while I was listening to why I should pass an ordinance to kind of protect us there in the association or protect the people in Copperopolis. Copperopolis is a small community compared to the size of Copperopolis there. And we don't have streetlights in our community. We also don't have sidewalks. So our streets are our sidewalks. And what the short-term renters create is traffic. Yes, we do have patrol, but it's on a limited basis. It's not a constant thing. They do have phone numbers we can call, but some of the time you can't get a hold of them. Some of the problems that short-term renters cost, I haven't heard anybody, I've heard some people talk about short-term renters and the problems they cause. Well, this is one of the problems that we have. We're supposed to get a turn lane into our association. Why? Because we've had people rear-ended trying to turn into our association. We had a motorcycle rear-ended turning into our association. We've also had accidents on the lake. One gentleman talked about there was 3 boats last year that got damaged there. And counted this. Short-term renters. Our traffic, we live across the street from people that have short-term rentals. They've been fairly quiet. I haven't had to complain too much about it. But still, that increased the traffic on my street because I'm one of the main thoroughfares in Poker Flat. I live on Poker Flat Road. I've seen people do 40, 50 miles an hour on that road. We've got 3 stop signs at the corners there, and I've seen people run these stop signs. Oh, it's a free-for-all in here. At least that's the way it seems. You call the sheriff's department, you're a gated community, we can't get in there. unless somebody's called. They can't patrol. They can't come in there and patrol on their own. The only time they'll come in there is if somebody gets in there, calls them, and says, please come and do something about this problem. We've got people that are on dirt bikes that come in there. Sheriff's Department won't come in there and do anything about it. You call the highway patrol, and they say it's a low priority to come in and do anything about people on dirt bikes. These are all problems that we're having in this community, and it's probably through the community. But we use our streets to walk on them. And when you've got somebody cruising through there, running through stop signs, doing 40, 50 miles an hour in there, you don't think it's possible somebody can go that fast in a short term. Well, we did a study one time, and they did. With a radar gun we did this. So these short-term renters, they're causing problems in this community. And it's a small community. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Meyer, and I've been a resident in the Copperopolis area since 1985. What brought me to the area, and I've said this before here, was Lake Tulloch, and I became a full-time resident in Poker Flat in 1985. Not much has really changed there that I can tell in all those years, except there are a few more homes and a few more full-time residents. The neighborhood has always been problematic. These issues that we talk about today are not something new. They've always been there. They may have gotten a little worse over some time periods, or a little better, but they're still there. And I want to make one thing clear. I guess it's been talked about today, but these basic issues that we're talking about are not just transient rental issues. I can tell you that personally I've had the same issues with owner-occupant units, and I'm sure that everybody in this room has too. Parking issues, noise issues, nuisance issues. And it would be ideal if, for example, in the Copperopolis area, we have a number of neighborhoods that we have Poker Flat and Copper Cove, that don't restrict, at least at this point, vacation or transient rental. We've got Connor Estates, Peninsula, Saddle Creek that do restrict it in their CC&Rs. And we have one neighborhood, Calypso Bay, that started out restricting transient use and changed to allow it. It would be ideal if each neighborhood could deal with these issues in their CC&Rs. And somebody could come into that neighborhood and buy for those purposes and not be thrown into a situation where that all changes. CC&Rs are hard to change, and there's a good reason for it. Given all that, there are still these issues there, and how do you resolve them? I'm not really here to tell you that I've understood the transient occupancy tax ordinance or the zoning code to be interpreted the way it is now. I'm not really clear that it's an easy interpretation. I think that it does need some updating and some clarification. As I read the transient occupancy tax ordinance, it specifically says that a tourist home or a house can be used for these uses, and you're penalized if you don't pay your TOT. There's been a lot of discussion about the economic issues there, and I agree with those. And when I look at the zoning code, I realize today that I'm a lawbreaker. I don't own a house that's being rented out on a less than 30-day basis, but I own a house that I rent out on a 30-day or more basis. And using the logic that Consuls has used, and I'm not arguing with it, If the code does not specifically address this is a permitted use, it's illegal. So here I am. I'm illegal. So I would just like to encourage the board, if we're going to look at these zoning codes to address all these issues, if we're going to clarify one thing, we need to clarify all of it, because the interpretations that we've been operating under in the past are changing, I guess. So I was hoping today that we would come out of this situation with addressing the basic issues here, you know, the nuisance issues, the noise issues, and that recommendation number 6 from staff would be all you'd have to look at. And I think it's way overdue that we look at other counties and how they've addressed these issues, you know, the noise nuisance issues, and give the sheriff what he's asking for, something he can enforce. And a lot of these problems can go away, whether it's a neighbor that's 15 feet away that's brought his family and his friends and his business associates and everyone else up for the weekend and wants to enjoy the lake and gets a little bit out of control, we'd say. You know, this is long overdue that you address these things and give the sheriff what he needs. We all agree that there should be good neighbors and there should be responsible, considerate neighbors, and these intolerable conditions shouldn't be there, but they're there, so they need to be dealt with. Like I said, that would be the simple way of going at this, but I don't think that's going to happen today. I suspect that, as staff has recommended, 4, 5, and 6 are going to have to be addressed. I don't know who's going to, you know, what kind of a bureaucracy we're creating here, and who's going to do all this work involved, and the cost involved to the county and to the transient rental person. But unfortunately, keeping it simple doesn't seem to be the option here. I think you do need to revise residential zoning districts, and I think you do need to create a renewable permit process, and you definitely have to adopt a reasonable nuisance noise ordinance. And I think that's all the comments I have.
Thank you.
My name is Cliff Dahlberg. I'm a property owner in Poker Flat. I've owned property there for 24 years, and I've had my home built on there for over 19. I originally moved there, or bought property there, to build a home for my wife and I to live there and to work up here. The economy went to heck in a handbasket, which prevented us from living here permanently, and so I went and rented my place out on a short-term basis. Well, I learned the first year that you don't rent it really short. In other words, not a party house. It's not a come in Friday, leave on Sunday deal. I learned that in a heartbeat. So now I require my agent, which I've always had, to rent it out for minimum of 5 days. Because if they trash the place, they're going to live in the trash. And they normally don't do that. I've had a lot of the same renters most every year. Now it has declined quite a bit because of the fuel cost and the traffic on the lake and things. But as a homeowner, I am responsible for my property. My agent is to go by my direction and to keep it that way. And I am adamant in correcting my problems. I don't have to have other people. I've had problems with, I live in a place where there's only like 2 renters in my cove. But there's more homeowners that come up for the weekend and party and make more noise than anything else. I understand the problem that other homeowners have, that they got a whole bunch of conglomerated in there, because some of these places are really tight. I wouldn't buy in one spot. I wouldn't buy because you couldn't go outside and burp unless your third neighbor over wouldn't hear you. And I just want to say that there has to be some noise resolution, number 1. And number 2, I think it has to be a traffic problem corrected, not only in the associations, but on the lake itself. Because I won't allow my children, well, the children are adults, I won't allow them to go out on the lake on the week. and I will not allow them out there. I won't put a boat in. During the week, it's not so bad, but even now this week, it's not so good. I've been up here working on the house, trying to get it ready. So I just want to thank you people for your time. I know it's been a long day already. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Jim Macedo, Captain, Sheriff's Office. I just want to clarify a couple of points. I listened to most of the speakers today, and the vacation house party issue is not related. It's not just an issue in certain areas. It's not just an issue in Copperopolis. It's not just an issue in Arnold. It's a countywide issue. There are rental homes throughout the county. So we're not going to be supportive as far as the Sheriff's Department goes and specifying a certain area for a noise-related issue. It needs to be a comprehensive countywide noise ordinance. The property managers, with all due respect to them, most of those folks are not available in the middle of the night, and those are when we respond to those party calls or those problem calls with the houses. We have no way of determining if the house we're arriving at is a vacation rental or if it's a regular rental or a full-time homeowner, unless we ask and people are truthful. Something else that occurs is subletting or subrenting. You'll have a responsible-looking person will rent a vacation home, and the example I'll use is in Arnold, and they will turn it over to a group of young teens from the East Bay that basically decide to have a party. We'll arrive, find that there's alcohol involved, and I will have to have a deputy sit with those teens while their parents, one by one, all drive up from the Dublin-Pleasanton area to pick up their kids. It's extremely time-consuming, and it doesn't do the sergeant that's trying to manage that shift a world of good when he's already short-staffed to begin with. Security, for the most part in the county, is ineffective. We've dealt with most of the homeowner security personnel. Unfortunately, we've arrested some of those security personnel for being under the influence of alcohol in the past. So we're not real supportive of the current security that's being utilized in some of the homeowners associations throughout the county. One thing I do want to make clear too: the Sheriff's Office also does understand the economic benefits of the rental homes in the county. I'm not going to really comment on that. That is a viable economic option for people that own homes. However, a lot of the complaints that have come today have been quality of life calls, and unfortunately, I addressed the board here recently about quality of life calls and our ability or inability to respond to those calls as they relate to calls for public safety. We would like to respond to all of those quality of life calls, but unfortunately, as the county grows and our calls for service increase, we have to prioritize those calls. And some of the people were very accurate in saying they're waiting for a half hour, an hour for a deputy to show up for a noise complaint. The final and most frustrating portion of that is the deputy shows up and he has no hammer, he has no bite to his bark. He can't enforce a noise issue unless a person is willing to step up and say, yes, I'm a victim, and yes, I want to place the person in control of that party under citizen's arrest. The very few people that do decide to do that, when we hand them the citizen's arrest form, it clearly states on that form that they are assuming all legal responsibility for that arrest. And most people don't feel like getting sued or having to pay for an attorney to effect an arrest on a noisy neighbor. So we also feel for the people that lived in the community. I think that about concludes my comments. The motorcycles on non-county roads, I also heard that quite a bit today. That is a planning issue. I know planning and the board is working on that. When a developer comes in and states basically that they're going to have private roads with a gate and they don't need any law enforcement services from the sheriff's office or highway patrol because they don't want to pay to mitigate those services, they build the subdivision, put up the gate, and then they call us and we're back down there and they're complaining to us because we're not in there patrolling the neighborhood that's behind the gate. So I believe planning and the board is looking at addressing that issue, and that's really the best way to solve the motorcycles on the roadway, give us the ability to enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Virgil Borsa. I live in Calaveras County. I have a place on Camp 9 Road, and I also have a place in Sky High Ranch. I'm passing a few pictures around to show that the short-term rental at Sky High Ranch, where they're parking on the road, and they are special parking areas up there that they're supposed to be using, but this is a rental, and they may have been informed, but they do not want to comply with the rules, and this is what happens when you have short-term rental rates, and we are all R1 up there, and we had a vote 40 years ago in relationship to any commercial property that was on there. There's one section that was 3-acre parcel, and it was voted for the all R1, knowing what the situation is. We have complained in writing over a year and a half ago about short-term rental rates up there, and someplace here in the county must be sitting at someone's desk because they don't want to take and get involved in it. So if you have it on the books, you're not enforcing your R1 codes, and we'd like to see what's going on with that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to address the board on this topic? That would make you, by the way, number 37, I believe, by my count. I may be off. Yes, there was one gentleman who wished to say something, which I presume is something that has not yet been spoken here today.
Okay, sorry, Aaron Stafford again from Copperopolis, speaking on my own behalf. One of the main houses that's really been addressed is one of the homes at the end of Lakeview Road. I actually represented the parties that sold it as well as the ones that bought it. The family actually that originally built the house did build it with 4 master bedrooms, and they used them that way. They had extended family that would come up, and that was the way they used it. It's no different than the way renters use it now. No more of an impact. So, sorry. The new buyers, same thing. They have multiple kids that eventually are going to have multiple families, and they're going to use them the same way. Regardless, anytime you go down to Poker Flat on the big weekends, you're going to have parking issues. When all the people come up at the same time for those big weekends, renters or not, if you've got rid of all the renters, it's still going to be an issue. The roads are small, they're one way, most of them have encroachments where the garages are right up to the road, and there is limited parking. So there are parking lots that probably need to be used, and ultimately a lot of these issues come down to enforcement. One other thing. I want to commend the county, Calaveras and Tuolumne, for helping slow the sprawl on Lake Tulloch. In my opinion, the sheriff's departments for both the counties have done a much better job maintaining order on Lake Tulloch. When I was a kid, it was pretty lawless, and it seems to be a lot safer now. So, I guess that's it.
Thank you. Please, shortly.
Very short.
We do need to start trying to make some sense of all of this.
I have just a few points to make. One is, if you are going to allow short-term rentals, I want my property tax reduced 20-30%, and I'll talk to my accountant to find out exactly what it should be, because my property value will, I'm sure, go down. Number one. Number two, everyone here, including the realtors that are representing owners, knew that they're buying a property in an area that is absolutely R1, no short-term rentals. The gentleman that offered that we can call him any time was very unwilling to leave his business card when you asked him if he can leave his business card. And I'm so sorry that he's out of the room, because I would like his business card, because I think I live in the same cove he does, and I've already heard others say that they've called him at no avail. The realtors profit from the short-term rentals. So, of course, they're going to say, oh, yeah, we definitely want short-term rentals, and it's good for the economy. It's not good for the economy. They use the road, they don't pay tax, blah, 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 blah. Everything you've already heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you allow me, I'm sorry. Since this gentleman mentioned something about my next-door neighbor, that he sold their house, I have to make a comment on it. Just less than a minute.
All right, I will allow this one last comment. This will be the last word, and we will bring it back shortly. I do thank you all for your patience today.
This gentleman used to bring people show this Bill Lyons house. He was a good friend of mine. He passed away several years ago. To show this house, to rent it. Most of the time, they couldn't even park their clients' cars on the road because it was all packed with the renters' cars. Besides that, Bill Lyons had several children from Modesto. They always took turn, one family at a time. It was never crowded. One family came in, and that was it. He is lying.
Well, I hate to think those are the last words. I was about to thank people, and I guess I will, before we bring it back to staff, for your courtesy, for your articulation, for your commitment to your beliefs and values, and ultimately for your stamina. We will now bring this back to the staff, who I believe has been taking copious notes and may have some clarifications or answers to questions that came up. I would ask that they, at some point, there were a number of questions about whether we were or were not collecting TOT and whether that was or was not legal. So I hope at some point that will be part of the response. So take it away, CDA.
Mr. Chair, I think you understand now why we brought this to the board for a decision.
Yeah, thanks very much.
In all honesty, we heard very little today that we had not already heard or taken into account in our recommendations. When we formulate recommendations, try to consider all viewpoints and all sides and try to come up with solutions that will manage the problem at the lowest level that we can, while still safeguarding the property rights of the neighbors that are affected by it. So we did take much of this into account already. There were a few things that were raised that had not been addressed previously. Whether or not the county has the ability to collect tax on illegal uses, I'll leave for county council or the COs to respond to. That is not within our domain. I do know that many of these property agents are collecting TOT and forwarding them to the county, and I think that the tax collector had collected some of that data and submitted it to Supervisor Thomas, and maybe he's prepared on the dollar amounts to respond to that question. The reason that we recommended some kind of permit process, and it doesn't have to be a lengthy one, it doesn't have to be a very comprehensive one, but the reason we recommended it is to give the department more of a hammer to enforce and to know actually where there are legal units out there, to make sure that the parking has been addressed, to make sure that the health and safety issues have been addressed. It could be as simple as the type of permit you might get for a home occupancy, where we take it in, we give approval, and then we notify neighbors, and we only deal with it at Planning Commission or at the board if it becomes an appeal-based permit. It could be something as simple as that. It could be more comprehensive, where we have to take it to the Planning Commission for conditional uses on each property and look at the environmental document. We're leaving it up to the board to choose what level. We always recommend the least level that will accomplish the desired result. And so it could be that we put in place an over-the-counter permit where we do a property owner notification and see how that works to start with in certain cases. Of course, that will require a change to the zoning code. The analogy I would like to address about comparing it to the right to farm ordinance, you heard this morning on Public Matters how we're having a problem with roosters. So that even if we have a right to have short-term rentals disclosure in this county, it will not solve all of the problems that have been raised by property owners today. And we respectfully disagree that just having such a disclosure is going to solve the issue for us.
Well, there goes the radio show.
It's be television in this day and age.
Relative to the question by Ms. Duncan on the project that happened at Planning Commission, to specifically address that. That was not HOA enforced on short-term rentals. It was an actual agreement between the county and the property owner that was proposed and would be enforced by the county, not HOA. And it also was on commercial property as opposed to residential, so there is no analogy there. We have tried very hard, you've heard the terminology, throw the baby out with the bathwater, not to do that. In our report, we stress that we recognize this is a viable industry for the county. We do not want to hurt that industry. However, it has to be balanced with the property rights, again, of the neighbors who are putting up with intolerable levels of noise. Relative to the month-to-month rental issue, where the property owner indicated that he's just discovered that his property is in illegal use, I think the memo from County Council addressed that and indicated that month-to-month rentals are not an illegal use. They are legal use based upon the definition of family and single-family residence as put forth by various case laws, and I think Council can better address that. The boat traffic issue, our next item on the agenda is an ordinance for Tulloch that somewhat addresses some of that, and hopefully you'll be able to enforce some of those problems there through that ordinance.
Yes, by the way, if I could for a moment, how many people in this audience are expecting to participate and attend that agenda item? This is the ordinance relating to Lake Tulloch and its use. Okay, we will want, by the end of this discussion, we'll want to know your thoughts as to whether to continue on directly or whether to take a break so that you can take lunch. So think about that, and we'll get there in a reasonable while. Yes.
Relative to the overlay district, we have used overlay districts in other areas. There's one proposed in the proposed Copperopolis Community Plan, not for this purpose. It's possibly an option, although we do not believe it'll solve the problems that have been set forth today. Either to put an overlay district that says there are no short-term rentals, or to put an overlay district saying that they're allowed in that area, either one will not provide the balance that we're looking for. We want to stress again, as the sheriff did, this is a countywide issue, although the complaints we've received so far have only been in the Copperopolis and Arnold areas. We recognize that there are differences. Those differences can be addressed through a permit process where conditions are placed that are site-specific, so that you are addressing only the problems of a certain neighborhood or area in each permit, as opposed to trying to mandate conditions on every area of the county that are standard. I believe that addressed the majority or all of the complaints that we had.
Thank you. Any comments from council on the legal questions raised earlier?
I could probably talk to the transient occupancy tax issue, and Janice can deal with the use issue. The tax is on the activity, and it doesn't endorse an illegal activity. It's imposed on the activity, just as an income tax is collected regardless of the source of the income. We collect property taxes on property that potentially has an illegal structure. So it's not an endorsement of an illegal activity. It's neutral on that issue. It's just on the activity, and it would certainly benefit a property owner who has an illegal activity and doesn't have to pay the taxes. So I would suggest that that's not really relevant to the discussion.
Okay, and on the other question.
Just in response to the speaker that talked about the prior letter that I referred to, just to make it clear that the law is clear that the county has the right to regulate the residential character of neighborhoods. In so doing, they need to balance the right to privacy and the right to privacy clause in the California Constitution and the right to privacy in one's own home, such that zoning regulations that focus on the person using the residence are generally invalid. But regulations that preserve the residential character of the neighborhood by restrictions on transient and institutional uses, noise, or other police power ordinances, traffic and parking restrictions are generally upheld by the courts. And as I previously stated, this particular zoning is intended for single-family residential neighborhoods. That's the intent in the zoning code, and you have to look to the definition of a single-family residential dwelling, and including the definition of family, which is not addressed in the letter that we received from the other council. And family is defined as a group of individuals with a common bond by means of blood, marriage, or conscientiously established relations living together as a housekeeping unit sharing a dwelling unit. It's primarily that definition and the intent of the single-family residential zone that I base my opinion on, that does not include transient occupancy uses such as weekend rentals or week-to-week rentals. However, it does include month-to-month or long-term leases, because you don't look at the owner of the property, you look at the use of the property.
Okay, thank you. And now it appears time to see whether we have the articulation, the stamina, and see what we've made of this massive and earnest set of inputs. Would the supervisor would either of the two supervisors whose districts have produced a lot of this comment like to lead this off? I'll go with Russ. Go ahead, Russ.
I think it's only right that Maria start off because she's responsible for 3/4 of the problem.
Actually, by the comment...
We don't have a problem.
Obviously, District 5 may be having a problem with math today.
No, statistically, what I passed over to you is an analysis of the TOT revenues that the county gets, and I'm gratified, Council, that we don't have to send it back. So,
sorry?
I'm gratified that we don't have to send the taxes collected back. So that's comforting. Okay, I want to also echo Chairman Walensky's thanks and high regard for the effort that's been put out here today. I know it's been a little grueling for people sitting through this meeting that don't often come here. We go through this every week, so, but or in similar fashion. I have a hard time with the way that this zoning ruling is being interpreted. Janice Elliott has told us today the various ways in which it can be justified, but Janice, with all due respect, it seems like to me that we would be well advised to work on redefining, if it is true that we're going to, at the end of all this, come back to where we actually ratify that renting homes in the R1 zone is in fact illegal. It should say that emphatically instead of just making a kind of the fact that it doesn't list it specifically as being the rationale that justifies that it's illegal. I think that that's a stretch and could conceivably be causing a lot of the consternation that we're facing here today. In my mind, I like the recommendations that the CDA has put forth as a solution to the problem, because as I've listened and made notes, the consistent theme here, everybody's coming forward that perceive this as on the folks that perceive it as a problem. It's I think it could be defined as a behavioral problem, or the bad behavior of certain individuals, whether they're a renter, short-term renter, or an owner who happens to come up 3 to 5 times a year and has parties. I see that like Mr. Meyer alluded to the fact that in many instances, these problem parties are occurring in the residences of homes that are occupied by people that own them, and they're not renting them out. So I have a great deal of difficulty embracing a solution that the Brocks and many other people that are here today saying, you've got an ordinance, enforce that ordinance, and the problem will go away. Well, I would respectfully submit to you that won't solve the problem that most of you have come here to talk about today. And I want to be very emphatic on that if we simply enforce what is being defined as our current ordinance, and somebody that owned a house could have a party tonight, and zoning enforcement would have no jurisdiction. I'm very much more in favor of putting some teeth into our the nuisance noise, or into a new nuisance noise ordinance similar to what other counties that have been dealing with these issues, maybe not necessarily longer, but more effectively than we've done. They seem to have written these ordinances that give the Sheriff's Department the ability to go out and just come to a house like Mr. Macedo, when he said that you don't necessarily know when you arrive there whether the house is rented or whether it's owned or whatever. But if we were to give the Sheriff's Department an enforceable nuisance noise ordinance that's well defined, then they could make an on-site determination. And Mr. Macedo or Jim, could you clarify? I mean, I have one specific question for you. If we were to give you the nuisance noise ordinance, did you read through the?
I did, yes.
Okay. With that on the books, would it be necessary for you to also have that second level of participation by the person who is making the okay?
No,
it wouldn't require signing or appearing in court or anything.
No,
like
and there's other agencies that give, or there's other ordinances that exist that give law enforcement the ability to make that on-scene determination quickly, and that's what we need. We can go there, make a determination, a fair one, deal with it, and leave. You don't need to drag neighbors into court and have people signing away their legal rights, that type of thing.
Okay, and this is perhaps overstating the obvious, but we've had other folks like the McCloskeys and her son came here talking about the nuisance that is created by the bike riders and those types of things that is exclusive of the rental situation, but it's somewhat related in the fact that the noise ordinance would give you the teeth to control that more adequately. Is that correct?
It could, but that could get touchy. Just so you know, the motorcycle noise, construction noise. The on-scene deputy is going to have to make a determination as to whether that noise is reasonable or not. While motorcycle riding may not necessarily be a lawful business, such as construction, what may offend one person may not offend another. So, you can get into some real gray areas there, but loud party, obscene language, excessively loud music. And some of the ordinances I'm familiar with, they have a determination. If you can hear the noise and it's offensive within a certain amount of distance, then that gives the deputy or the police officer the ability to issue that citation.
Okay, well, the activity that I observed out in the Diamond 20 a couple of weekends ago, Lockmere Greywall could have shut them down in a minute, because they were just really causing a lot of downwind drift of the PM10s and all that kind of stuff that you wouldn't have to have a decibel meter to know that was a problem. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'm not by any means ready to make a motion here or anything. I'd like to hear what some of the other supervisors have to say about it. But in general terms, I didn't forget about the chickens either. I should have mentioned that. So, okay. loud roosters and loud motorcycles, but I did want to recap this document that I prepared and passed down to you. These are figures that I got from Lynn Norfolk, and there are two sheets there. One at the top that says the Highway 4 corridor, and then the Copperopolis area, and this shows the TOT tax revenues that have been collected during the last 4 years and a quarter of a year. And if you look at the collected in the Highway 4 corridor, there's the taxes are $1,151,500 in that 4 and a quarter years. In Copperopolis, in the same length of time, it's $361,000. Now, if you just read down the page with me, you'll see that this is an all-inclusive figure, including the commercial operations as well as the areas that are thought to be, at least by educated guesses, that are these residential rentals. So, again, this is the legitimate hotels, motels, together with the residential rentals. But we back out the residential rentals, and you see on the Highway 4 corridor, you have the remaining for home rentals is $479,000. That's in that 4-year period, or an average of $112,824. Backing into what that means, what I'm inclined to think of this as an industry, much like our wine industry or our cattle industry, and sort of put this in a perspective. The lady that came forward talking about that she cleans these facilities, I think that we also, in analyzing the overall impacts of this, we have to think about the trickle-down effect of this person is getting paid to perform a function that is a result of this industry that I would call the home owners or the home rental business. So anyway, if you combine just those two revenue sources, that you have an annual total annual gross for the industry in just these two areas, it represents about $2,316,000 worth of industry. I personally am not in favor of shutting that completely down. I think that the consequences of shutting that down with the implementation of the ordinance, exclusively the ordinance, would be a very detrimental thing to the overall health and welfare of this county. By saying that, am I suggesting in any way that we should avoid or ignore the unfortunate consequences of the noise and the nuisances that are being created? Absolutely not. I want to preserve the good parts of it and squash or quash the bad parts, and I'd be very curious about how others would think about that. So that concludes my comments at this time.
Thank you, Supervisor Thomas. Supervisor Callaway.
We're just happy in Nimitz Pass, and thank you, and we don't need more rules except to modify the code. I do have some questions. We've been pretty much talking about R1, but what about R2 and R3? Or do they preclude short-term?
That's why we said one or more residential codes.
Okay, all right. Because we have R2s or R3s that are also impacted. I'm concerned about those. If the CCNRs do not allow short-term rentals, but the county code will allow short-term rentals, does the CCNRs take precedent over the county code that will be changed? I mean, I'm just one vote.
That really should be the subject for another study session because we are in disagreement among ourselves on how that should be handled. The current county policy is that we do not enforce CCNRs. However, we don't honor them either. And sometimes we take things through and approve projects that are in violation of CCNRs, and I don't know that the county or that the board intends for that to happen either. So that's a subject that we want to pursue elsewhere. But at this time, we do not assist in the enforcement of CCNRs.
Okay.
It will become an issue if the CCNRs say short-term rentals are not allowed, someone applies for a permit, if that's the way the county goes, that'll be something the board has to address.
Okay.
My recommendation would be that we honor the CCNRs in our recommendations.
Okay. There's most of the short-term rentals are an extremely integral part of the economy in the Ebbets Pass corridor, and I want to make sure that it stays that way. The issue, as Supervisor Thomas said, is a behavior issue, and we can't always legislate that. I would challenge the Board of Realtors to get involved with the protocol as it relates to property managers, since many of the property managers are also members of the Board of Realtors. I have to say I've been quite proud of the realtors that have from the Ebbets Pass area that have come before us today. They and I have been on opposite sides of many issues recently, but today they really did offer a lot of solutions that I would like to think we could apply throughout the county. As Dan Sider said, there are systems in place to resolve the problems. I happen to live in a subdivision that's filled with a lot of second homes and is filled with many short-term rentals, and the behavior problems seem to be resolved for the most part. And in the subdivisions in the Ebbets Pass corridor that have a lot of short-term rentals, Blue Lake Springs, Meadowmont, Big Trees, we seem to find ways to manage the short-term rental issues. I thought the recommendation of developing an overlay district was interesting, and if that's something that the Copperopolis area would like, I'd support it. I do not support it definitely for the Ebbets Pass corridor. I also need to comment on Mr. Whiting's comments that he made about how his attorney is a land use municipal expert. I want him to know so is ours. We had a meeting on the general plan. There were 6 attorneys that came, all land use experts, and all of them had different opinions. So I'll put mine up against his any day. He also mentioned Monterey County. Monterey County, and maybe our community development director can, having come from there, can confirm some of this. They have a 7-day minimum rental. They have an ordinance. They have an administrative permit system. They have limits on the number of occupants, and they have a 24-hour-a-day contact person for their 7-day or more rentals. They have a whole ordinance, which to me becomes more bureaucratic. I don't want to see that, at least in the Ebbets Pass corridor. In terms of the recommendation of staff, I would support revising the one or more, in this case more residential zoning districts for the use of dwellings as short-term rentals as permitted. I do not support the other options. In terms of a noise or a nuisance noise ordinance, I would want to see something. I heard what our sheriff's office stated, but I don't want to have decibel cops out there. And So I'm more interested in looking at what does that look like to law enforcement of the county. As to those people that live in gated communities, you can have the CHP and the sheriff's office come in and patrol. All you need to do is request that. There is a process to do it because it's been done elsewhere in the county. So I'm really looking to just modify the zoning codes, not to have a conditional use permit, not to have a permit. I don't want us to get into now becoming short-term rental code enforcement officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Callaway. Supervisor Claudino.
Thank you. It's going to be really hard not to be redundant here, but I'll give it a shot. Obviously, in my opinion, the code, as it stands, as it reads today, is ambiguous, and it's not ambiguous to certain people, but it's ambiguous, in my opinion, because there is a real split here, with some people believing that it includes and other people thinking it excludes short-term rentals, of course. So, in my opinion, that makes it ambiguous. So, obviously, the code needs some repair, and in my opinion, the short-term rentals are not the problem, and I do not support eliminating them. If the code needs to be repaired and rewritten in such a way that it will allow this, then I will support that. It's not simply the income from the transient occupancy tax. There is other economic benefit to the county. That economic benefit may change depending on what portion of the county these short-term rentals occur in. For that reason, I would not be supportive of the overlay districts, because if you did that in the Lake Tulloch or Copperopolis area, then the next area would be maybe in Murphy's, and then maybe in Arnold, and then maybe down by Comanche, and then maybe over by Hogan, and you've built an empire of bureaucracy there. So if this is something that's allowed, it's something that's allowed. Now, but I do believe there should be some way to make this palatable for the neighborhood. And for that reason, I would support some nature of permitting. However, permits to do this should be minimal impact to the owner. In other words, simply keeping track of it for a couple of reasons. The first thing is, I think it was mentioned here today more than once, that those short-term rentals that are managed by a legitimate corporation certainly are assessing and collecting the transient occupancy tax, but maybe not for the individual owners who are running their own operation. Maybe they do their own advertising, and they simply get referrals, or maybe they do it with other friends or other neighbors and so on and so forth. If there is some sort of a easily complied with permit that those people would be required to have, even if it's a one-time fee, so that we know who they are and where they are. There could also be some terms on that. You surely can't put terms of behavior on there easily, but there can be reference to that. But there can be other criteria on that permit, such as the parking, where you can have only that parking that is permitted in that area, or that without having to have a site inspection and say you can have 3 vehicles or 5 vehicles, there can be some inclusive statement that states that you may not block access or egress to other properties or to normal traffic or that sort of thing. These issues can be worked out very simply. So for that reason, and perhaps some others, I would support that. I agree with Supervisor Thomas, and I believe what Supervisor Callaway has said, and many people here, is not so much, in my mind, an issue of what use that property is experiencing, but the behavior of the people using it. And that's a much more difficult thing to control. But as everybody in this room, I'm sure, is aware, that there are rude, disrespectful, discourteous people out there, no matter where you go. They can be in areas that have resorts. They can be in places where we have short-term rentals. They can, if you rent to somebody for 30 days, it does not necessarily mean that they're going to be well behaved, that they're not going to create parking issues or noise issues or trash issues or any other issue. There are many examples right here in this county of people that have month-to-month rentals that have been there for long periods of times in neighborhoods where the sheriff has had to respond time after time after time because there's one family, usually, not always, but usually renters on a street that continually misbehave. So it's a behavioral problem exclusively. And I think that if we would give law enforcement the tools to do something about that, it's the only way that you're going to reduce or try to control that. Along with that, there must be some consequences. And I do believe that part of the problem in our entire society when there is unacceptable but permissive behaviors because there are no consequences. So, in other words, if there are some violations to whatever the permit or for whatever the ordinance, should we have one, may say, there have to be some consequences. It was suggested here that there be a system of fines that are progressive or protracted. And maybe that's one issue, or one answer. I'm not quite sure. But certainly, consequences is one way to at least make an attempt to require behavior that is appropriate. I would like to see staff investigate the process and even the cost of doing some sort of a minimal permitting statute here. I don't think that the permit should be costly. I don't think it should be difficult to complete the forms or to comply. It could, like I say, be a one-time thing, and it's more, in my mind, it is more to keep track of where these short-term rentals are and that they comply with statutes that are already written that will control behavior, parking, public safety, public health issues, and that sort of thing. So it's more of an idea of keeping track of them than anything else. Covered that. With regard to staff's recommendations on the document in our packet, I believe, support item number 5 and 6, which is the renewable permit process, and also to adopt a noise or nuisance ordinance. Item number 4, I'm a little reluctant to support because of the revising one or more of the residential zoning districts. That's an issue that I think is more suitable to come about perhaps with the general plan update. It would be another, or at least an additional project to go into all the districts to see which ones should and which ones should not. We'd have one or maybe several days like this to decide that. And I guess that's about it, Steve.
Thank you. Supervisor Tryon.
For myself, I support having the transient occupancy in the residential codes. I do support the adoption of a nuisance ordinance and the drafting and adoption thereof. I view the transient occupancy contribution to our economy, particularly on the Highway 4 corridor, as being significant. I think it is, as Bill said, a behavioral issue more than it is a land use issue. I would just touch, I guess, a little bit and tie this together with what's to come. I think a lot of this, particularly in the Lake Tulloch area, has to do with the use of the lake, which is determining the nature of the, in many instances, the nature of the transient occupancy. And quite frankly, we were handed out for this item something by Captain Clay Hawkins of the Sheriff's Department, who points out that on they compared Don Pedro, New Melones, and Tulloch, and they have 785 boats on a 21 square mile of Don Pedro, 250 boats on New Melones, 17 square miles, and at Tulloch, which is only 2 square miles, there were 1,183 boats, which is more than the combination of Don Pedro and New Maloney's combined. And quite frankly, part of the solution, because of the nature of the transient occupancies, and I will state it again for the following item, part of this, or significant, the solution to the problems on Lake Tulloch is to make Tulloch a non-motorized lake. I mean, we're getting to the point either that or it's going to be rationing. And I think it would make a lot more sense to go to a non-motorized lake at Tulloch. Otherwise, these problems will not go away. I say that every time we have a full house of people from Lake Tulloch, which is once or twice, probably averages about once a year, and I say the same thing, and everybody would rather continue with all the problems than go to a non-motorized lake. But a non-motorized lake is, in fact, the solution, so in my opinion. That completes my comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Tryon. I'll make my comments now. I'd like to, before getting specific, I'd like to take sort of an overview of this. If everything that's been said to us today is to be taken as gospel, you have a heck of a neighborhood. You have security issues, disclosure issues in the sale of property, and presumably title issues as well. You have noise and profanity. You have parking issues. You have sewage spills. You have sewage and plumbing problems. You have speeding. Your CC&Rs are failing to address the things that you're concerned about, even when strong majorities feel a certain way. The lake is crowded and dangerous. The litter is all over the place. The electrical problems exist. Your managers don't seem to be managing, at least there are differences of opinion about the level of management and the effectiveness of it. Your roads are degrading due to high utilization. We are either collecting taxes illegally or not collecting them, depending on who you're listening to, or legally collecting some of them, which I tend to think is probably the case. Although when you look at the difference between the upper portion of the Highway 4 versus the lower, it appears that the folks in the Ebbets Pass section seem to have a system that is tends to be more functional than down below. You also have a lot of noise on the lake and many other issues which have been cataloged rather thoroughly today. Now, when I look at those all together, it seems to me that, oh, by the way, and it seems to me that we're responding to it with codes that were written in the 80s when a lot of life has evolved and changed since then. All right, so the context of this is most unfortunate. And I'm sorry that our urban planner has left, because I'm sure that he would have a lot to say about when you put neighborhoods like these together around a very small recreational lake, and everybody exercises their individual dream with no particular, consensus or for that matter, planning and forethought, that those individual dreams sometimes amount to a collective nightmare, and that's what I'm listening to today. Now, the fact that we haven't dealt with this over a long period of time does mean that we have some responsibility as a Board of Supervisors to address these things. And I believe that the department has, and informed by our and I want to reiterate Marita's comment, informed by a very fine land use attorney, has come to the conclusion that we have a whole lot of things going on that are not square with our existing code. So whether we simply reduce this to a legal issue and enforce the code, the inadequate code that we have, or not, seems to not quite address all matters. Let me address the first thing that I see, which is that there's a whole lot of people who don't seem to be or have listened to their mothers when they were younger, or their teachers, or anybody else. This is a question of manners, rudeness, and simply people not being considerate of others. And I don't care what you couch it in, whether it's, you say, well, I can do this because it's my property rights, or I can do this because, I can't hear you. It doesn't matter. There's got to be some return in any civilized society to some kind of consideration for others as a basis for a community. And this community appears to have a whole lot of levels where that's not happening. I'd like to first talk about people who are renting properties and are responsible for the management of that. We've heard from people in the Abbott's Pass quarter who are saying that they've worked out a lot of issues and that this has to do with getting certain behavioral things conveyed and acknowledged and certain consequences when that's not accomplished. Seems like we have a complete absence of that, or at least a partial absence. I did hear the managers who said that they screen very carefully, but it appears that that's not a consensus conclusion from this hearing. My view here is that some of this has to do, and some of the, when you look at where to get a fix for these things, you need to look at where the problems lay. So I first said that I think that our code is a problem. All right. Our second thing is that our rental systems, at least in this the Tulloch area, seem to be in some form of disrepair without accountability. So I want to first take a position that I agree with our sheriff's office that what they need is a strong ordinance that gives them instant capability of making some judgments and having some consequences for behaviors that are outside reasonable. And I would hope that that would take care of a good portion of this, and I would suggest that this not just be a bunch of language, but that this come with significant fines. I would also suggest that we include in this particular category that if a particular residence has repeated problems, I don't care whether it's the same renters or whether it's new ones every weekend, but if there's a place that is a repeated problem, that I think the people who have to be held accountable for that is not only the renters with the sheriff's intervention and a fine, but I think that at some point the people who are managing the property and the people who own the property have to be held accountable, and that those fines in a repeat situation ought to be significant. I believe that that combination would do a lot to change at least some behaviors. What it doesn't do, however, is deal with many of the other questions of crowding, traffic on the lake, certain boating and other behaviors, and I look forward to the next round of discussion in the next agenda item to try to address those. Finally, and there seem to be different approaches in different parts of this county for how to deal with neighbor relations, but you all can spend all your money on lawyers and fighting each other in the county. We certainly had more threats of litigation in the last couple of weeks than even we normally have, but in my view, arming yourselves with attorneys is not getting to the root causes of the problems that you yourselves just outlined. If you're listening carefully to your own presentations, you'll know that it is the behavior side of this. I don't believe we'd even be talking about transient occupancy or zoning code if there weren't a whole lot of people violating good common neighbor relations issues. And I'd like to call this community into some accountability if it would look in its mirror and take a look at all the levels in which you have betrayed one another, that maybe you can begin to find some instant solutions yourselves. Homeowners and people who are renting out should not be renting repeatedly to people who are offensive to the neighborhood. People shouldn't be cussing up a storm in a residential neighborhood. People should not be late at night having parties and using substances that are inappropriate. And actually, I thought we had a disturbing the peace and other things that were enforceable. But because the noise aspect is so repeated here, I'm favorable to the noise ordinance with tough measures, especially in repeat. I'm favorable to some adjustment to our code that would identify either an existing or a special and new designation that would allow for short-term leases. But I would only be supporting those if we had the final issue, which is a noise and nuisance ordinance with so much teeth that people would be very foolish to challenge us repeatedly. And I again want to say that goes for the perpetrators of the noise and the nuisance, and it goes in repeat cases for the people who own and manage the properties. I would entertain at this point comment from staff, followed by any motions, or in fact, if staff wishes to make recommendations, I'd be curious what you have concluded here listening to us.
Now that we've heard and understood supervisor input, we're prepared to refine our recommendation. We recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution of intention to amend Title 17, general provisions to allow short-term rentals throughout the county, subject to a permit. The permit can be an over-the-counter permit, charged at a rate similar to a home occupation permit, which currently runs $25, but we would come back in with a recommendation. The general provisions would contain certain conditions on the permit, standard conditions that would have to be agreed to by each homeowner that's entering into the permit in order to get the permit, such as maximum number of people allowed in the unit, perhaps certain security deposits that are put in place for the first year for the county to have some insurance that it's going to be enforced properly. I mean, these are things that would be considered. What were the other issues that... Those types of things. We can't do it today, but it would be a resolution to amend that the permit would be issued. Now, when I say over-the-counter, what that means is you come in, you make application. If there's no identified issues, we can issue it right then. If there is an identified issue, obviously, it takes a few days to sort that out. But it could be issued, and then there'd be notification to the homeowners association, the involved jurisdictions. In Tulloch, that would be Tri-Dam. In Ebbets Pass might be the fire district, and neighbors within a certain...
It would be an absolute nightmare. We're not going to get anything done. We're talking hundreds of units. You might as well just ban them if that's where you're going. I mean, that's not going to happen. You can't send code compliance out. I'm for doing the nuisance ordinance, and that's what needs to be done. And it needs to be made transient occupancy needs to be made compatible with the other residential districts, if in fact it is not currently compatible, which I guess is a difference of opinion between attorneys, but that's fine. Let's clarify it and make it a permitted use. But if we're going to go down a permit process with appeals and code enforcement, everyone's going to stay out of compliance.
All right. And before we hear from the rest of the board, my inclination is to try to separate this into 4 separate votes. One will be on a resolution with intent to amend the code. Second would be the question of over-the-counter.
To allow transient occupancy.
Right, to allow transient occupancy. Secondly, the question of over-the-counter permits or some tracking device relating to the places that are to be taking part in that activity. Third is the question of a nuisance noise ordinance, and the fourth is the question of whether code compliance in the interim, while we were developing these, would move to an affirmative check on the places that have been subject to the complaints.
And I want to stress that the code compliance complaints are between 6 and 10 units only throughout the county. We're not talking about a large number of complaints that we receive.
One at the end of a road, I guess, 10 units. All right. Other comments from the board on these 4 or any other matters?
I'm concerned about the moving forward with the code compliance part of this, Stephanie. Would that? I think that the thrust of the complaints that I've seen is addressing the fact that theoretically the renting of these units is not in compliance with the basic code that would allow rentals. So how would we respond to that?
What I said was allow code compliance to enter into corrective action plans with those areas that have had complaints filed against them. This is a normal process that we use where they enter an agreement to gradually come into compliance through the use of other conditions that oversee their activities. Recognizes some people, for example, have an illegal business. They can't just shut that down overnight. There's a process to go through. So we would say in these examples, for example, we recognize that the county may be amending their codes. Until that time, you're going to be restricted to this many occupants. You're going to have to get clearance from CCWD that you don't have a sewer issue. That your parking will be not on the road because it's no parking. Those types of issues that would control the site-specific place and allow them to continue, but allow us to take stock of what the neighborhood concerns are.
Supervisor Callaway?
I support revising the residential zoning districts, plural, to allow the use of dwellings as short-term rentals. I do not support over-the-counter or under-the-counter or any counter on the permit system. I will entertain a nuisance ordinance depending on how it's written. And I do not support code compliance getting involved. What I would support is maybe code compliance working with the property managers, that maybe helping them help their clients to then, so we can resolve some of the neighbor behavior issues. And where there is no property manager, rental manager, excuse me, that maybe they could work with the homeowners. But I don't support code compliance getting involved in this.
It was my understanding that she was suggesting only for the 6 or so.
We have existing complaints.
Yeah.
We have existing complaints on file.
Okay.
But if they're involved with the property manager, like Mr. Silva was in here, then we should be working with him.
We already work. I've already had a conversation with Mr. Silver in trying to abate this issue, but we're required to work with the property owners, whether there's a property manager or not, because they're ultimately responsible for the ones that pay the fines.
Okay, Supervisor Claudino, any further comments?
No, I see that the issue of the permit is not unanimously popular here, and I can understand why, but I still think it's a good idea. And not that it would be renewable or some fee somebody has to pay, but if you're going to operate the smallest of businesses out of your home that have absolutely no impact, you're required to get a business license. I mean, this would be a one-time thing, and I know it would be somewhat of a increase in staff time to do that. But the reason I support it is simply to keep track of where these temporary or short-term rentals are, number one, but it's a way of, even if it's on a short form, even on one piece of paper, to put some sort of criteria to these. I don't understand item number 4, if code compliance does or does not, if it does get involved, to what extent? In other words, if there are no criteria, if there's no code, then how are they going to ask people to comply with whatever behavioral or physical situations are at their rental? And so a one-time permit that simply identifies these places is, as I said, going to help capture the transient occupancy tax for those places that are not under professional management, and it gives some criteria for those people to shoot for. Maybe some of these people aren't aware that there are behavioral issues, or that their neighbors or the county even wants them to behave in a certain way, or to restrict the number of vehicles around there in a certain way. So I really do think that it's important to have some sort of a permitting identifier in there. So obviously I support the zoning amendment. The permit issue is, as I stated, yes, I think we need to give the law enforcement agencies any and all tools they need to bring into compliance the behavior of people not only occupying short-term rentals, but people that occupy long-term rentals or people that are owners. And this is a behavioral issue, as we've all pretty much agreed. So that would be an ordinance that affects everybody, not just the short-term rentals. And with regard to the code compliance, I'm not sure what they're going to do. If folks are not in violation of a code, I'm not sure how they're going to. I don't know what they're going to do. So in other words,
we believe they are in violation of the code, and we've been asked to enforce that. This is a compromise to allow us to work out corrective action plans with them till the time.
So you're not going to ask them to go down there and enforce the code as it is written, but
No.
to get people to behave a little better. So until
we would work with the property owners to establish protocols for how they deal with the issues on site, and hopefully that resolves the issue.
and that's only for those
People that we've received
you've
complaints
received
on.
formal complaints on.
Yes.
So this is not an ongoing.
Until the code is
Yeah.
amended.
Well, I guess I can live with that.
As for me, I'd like to see a rollout of these things in an order. The first is that I think we owe this neighborhood a acknowledgement that we have some very specific behavior issues, and we do appear to be admitting we have a code problem, and that code compliance should be brought into that for the specific complaints that we have pending on an interim basis. I think it's an appropriate compromise on the way to doing the second two things, which I view as important and should be done in this order. The nuisance and noise ordinance should be expedited and come back to us as quickly as we can, so that we don't have a long interim period. And it appears that we have some pretty good examples of many other counties and cities that have done this, and we should move toward that. And that should be a county-wide, not a Tulloch-specific thing. Third, we need to move to the, and I think there's some consensus on the board, to have a resolution to amend the code and bring that back to us as time permits. And finally, regarding the permits, I'm not so interested in a lengthy permitting process, but I agree with Bill that we need to monitor this, that the things that I would think are important to have somewhere in some record is how many parking spaces this place has, how many cars are allowed, how many, if we've got 30-gallon pumping stations going uphill, I would suggest that there be some clarity as to what kind of limit that means for the amount of people that can be using a particular place. And finally, I suppose we even get to the question of how many bedrooms and some kind of maximum beyond which each place should not go. And that should be, they should be submitting that themselves within some guidelines. And that should be on record, and it should be part of our TOT accountability. And I don't know whether that goes out of your department or whether it's something that our tax collector or others.
It would be out of ours,
Well,
and it could be handled a couple different ways. It could be by square footage, no more than so many people per square footage, or no more than so many people per bedroom.
Yeah, and I don't want to see it be a whole lot of time. I don't want to see it be a lot of money or any of that kind of stuff. I don't want it to be a bureaucratic overlay. What I want is simply a tracking system that allows for some conveyance of information about what the rules are and what our basic parameters of occupancy would be. So I'll support all four of these, but in that order and with those caveats. I'll now move to, and since it came up in this order.
Why don't you just, Steve, why don't you just poll the board on each of those items now, yes or no?
I thought Russ had spoken, but I apologize.
We didn't record down what he felt about the four.
Okay. I think that we need to redo the code to make it more readable. On the permitting process, I'm inclined to think, we heard a lot of comments here from realtors and from property managers that, don't take away these rights and privileges. But I think that this it's a kind of a balancing act here. They got rights and privileges and responsibilities, and I don't think that the filling out at one time, I'm sure that the property managers could assist these owners in fulfilling this obligation or this responsibility. So I'm in favor of the permitting process. Not an overly burdensome thing, but minimally written. The noise, nuisance noise, I'm very much in favor of that, and I'd make that the number one. And the code compliance thing, I think that we have an obligation to address the ones that have been submitted, but enforce them under the influence of this of the decisions that we're making here today. Did you get all that?
Yes.
Okay.
What we've recorded is that we have unanimous support.
Actually, I'm going to poll the board now on each of these.
Okay.
And then we'll offer resolutions where we see majorities. The first matter to be polled is the resolution of intent to amend the zoning codes, residential zoning codes, to permit short-term leases.
Yes.
So, Russ?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. On over-the-counter, on what is now being called not over-the-counter permits, but a simplified, non-bureaucratic, single-page
Such as we
cataloging
require for home
monitoring.
occupation.
On that, what's your wish?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes?
No.
That's a 3-2. On the nuisance and noise ordinance, with what I presume to be fines and other accountabilities to both perpetrators, owners, and managers in repeat cases?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. Yes.
This is the noise ordinance? Yes.
Noise and nuisance. And finally, code compliance, working on an interim basis to try to work these things out on a case-by-case basis, with an understanding that given the code right now and the code complaints that are in, that there needs to be a reasonable resolution.
Steve, I want to clarify that. Is that going to be just for the 6 you now have, or is that going to be, we're going to get a bunch coming in until the code's revised and until we do a potential nuisance ordinance?
What we normally do is when we get a complaint, we investigate it, determine if it's legitimate. We would do that. If we determine that it's a legitimate complaint, that there are some issues, we would deal with it on a new complaint basis. I don't anticipate we would get inundated with these. Like I said, there's 6 to 10 on the books now that we would like to deal with, but it would not preclude us from dealing with others similarly, so that we're not being heavy-handed in the interim.
Thank you.
Okay, let's poll that.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
All right. It appears that all 4 have majority support, 2 of which are 3-2s, and we'll want to be mindful of that when crafting these and make sure that the concerns are noted. The other 2 have unanimous supervisorial approval. Now, what resolutions are appropriate at this time and actionable, and which do we need to remand for further?
We would appreciate having votes, separate minute orders on the 4 items, or you can segregate them since it's 3-2 on 2 of them. Maybe have 2 separate minute orders to document what the direction was to staff.
All right, we'll have
one of which
we'll
would
do
be
it
the
all
resolution
4.
of intention to amend the codes.
All right, I'll entertain a motion for the resolution of intention to amend the codes. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Chair, if we could, it's to amend the residential zone districts to allow short-term rentals. Is that specifically what you're asking?
That's the correct language, Russ?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0. Second, on the permits.
To include in the zone change that goes to the Planning Commission an administrative permit process to allow a way to track and establish standard conditions for short-term rentals in residential districts.
So
All right.
moved.
And again, with the understanding as conveyed by this board that that is minimal in its
Absolutely.
invasive or burdensome aspect
Absolutely.
and cost. All right, there's a motion.
Second. Yes.
And a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes on a 3-2.
There we go again. Man on the... No. Just say no.
Style being different, but substance being the same. Let's go to number 3, the nuisance and noise ordinance. Is there a motion on that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the staff be directed to bring us back a specific nuisance noise ordinance to give the Sheriff's Department, and I think that I'd like to have that Sheriff's Department / code compliance the authority to cite renters who cause nuisance noise and other behavioral issues.
We just want the ordinance. I don't know you need to get into who has citing authority at this point. We need an ordinance.
We can bring that back, however.
The maker of the
Yeah.
motion can make it in any way he sees fit. Whether it has support or not remains to be determined. I wanted to ask Supervisor Thomas whether his motion included the sentiments I expressed earlier, which had to do with repeat violators and locations having some accountability for both owners and managers of such facilities. I want to frame this so that the staff has clear direction and doesn't come back.
Okay, you're talking about having the noise ordinance also contain a fee structure?
You mentioned only renters, and the question was whether you see accountability to the other two.
I was reading here
It would
that
be citation authority to against the person violating the code. So that would
Yes.
extend to renters, property owners, could be property managers. But you may want to be specific if you want it to extend to property managers, that there is a special sanction against them for failing to monitor.
I would like very much for it to extend to the renters, the property managers, and all the way to the owners.
All right, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
You want to restate that motion? It kind of went
Okay.
back and forth here for a minute.
Yes.
All right. The motion is as follows. I would like to have direct staff to bring back to the Board of Supervisors a draft of a nuisance noise ordinance to give the Sheriff's Department and code enforcement the authority to cite renters, property owners, property managers who cause nuisance, noise, and other behavioral issues.
I have to say, Russ, I'm reluctant to include which departments have citing authority in the ordinance. If it's a statute and if it's enforceable over time, I'm not sure where this ordinance is going to be applied or which department is going to have the authority to or responsibility to enforce it. I'd like to feel confident that as long as it is a statute and it is a punitive statute, that the appropriate enforcement agency will get the assignment.
Would you consider that a friendly amendment?
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
Second.
All right, any further discussion?
I'm not going to be supporting this. I support the intent. I think it's now already becoming a little convoluted, and I will, based on that, I'm going to vote no at this time, because I want to be real clear on what this includes when we see the details. And at this point, I'm not even comfortable with the motion, so I will be voting no.
Thank you.
For myself, I will also be voting no for a couple reasons. Number one is, I think fines and who has the enforcement authority, et cetera, should be by resolution. It shouldn't be in the ordinance. I think we need a clear ordinance, period.
I think we took that out.
No, we just read it in.
No,
On
Bill's amendment took
enforcement.
the...
No, I asked him to amend it so that...
I don't quite understand what we're doing here. We're introducing an ordinance? There's no ordinance in front of us.
No, we are directing staff to produce an ordinance with framing it to some extent so they have clear instructions to bring back to us a document.
Okay, well, then I'll support it, but I obviously reserve my vote on the ordinance when I see it.
We all do.
Of course.
Yes, that's unanimous
Mr. Chair,
on
just
that.
clarification, a normal ordinance will cite who the enforcement authority is, so when it comes back, it will have something in it. It just won't be specific to what you said today, and then you'll have a chance to change it.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes on a 4-1.
A little stronger voice there, Marita.
No.
There you go.
We now move to our final consideration for this agenda item, which is the code compliance involvement on an interim basis until the ordinances are adopted and resolutions by the board. Is there a motion on that?
Are you waiting for me?
No, I can't make a motion. I'm chairing. I'll step down if I need to.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we direct the CDA to process the current code complaints and work with them to get these resolved until we adopt a new code. I think that's what I said. Until the code is amended.
And then we don't have to use them anymore?
What do you mean?
The corrective action plans would become, we'll build language into the corrective action plans that they become moot once the ordinance is taken effect.
All right.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just a clarification. It seems to me if you send code enforcement out, what he's going to say is you are in violation because you're in a residential zone. And I'm not willing to do that at this point. I want to amend the codes. I don't want to put everybody in a residential zone at risk. And it seems to me that's what we're doing if we're going to send code enforcement out. Is that not true?
That's not our intent. Our intent is for those complaints that we have, that we would say, okay, we're not going to prosecute or proceed with this as long as you don't have any more noise complaints coming in, you keep your parking off the street, we don't have any neighbor complaints, that type of thing. We enter into a voluntary corrective action plan with them that gives them the ability to control their site until the code is changed. It is not our intent to go out and start policing the industry.
Well, I don't know how you stop it if you do that. I mean, how can you say I'll do it for one and not another?
Well, here's the deal, is if they are unwilling, we don't want to proceed against everybody that has an illegal use. As determined in today's hearing, we heard that the code does not allow that. However, this allows us to let them continue the operations until the code is changed without us having to take it to code compliance and come in with recommendations that they be fined. As you saw with Mr. Overton last week, the fines can be substantial. This allows us to avoid that possibility until we get the code changed. It's going to take 60 to 90 days for us to get back to the board with a new code.
I think that's not very long.
I guess the main question that we're facing, it's not about what might happen, it's what's already happened and what's the disposition of the cases currently pending and what do we owe this community in the interim while we try to correct the things that they brought to our attention.
Much better said than I should.
I guess we'll hear a motion on that. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, that's a 3-2, and you have your instructions.
Thank you very much.
We certainly look forward to your timely coming back on this issue and to the further robust dialogue that we heard today. Everybody's invited back for each of these other things so we can make sure we get it right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on this issue, and we will now discuss when we will whether we tough it out and finish this agenda or whether we take a break for lunch. But I'd like to, the people who are interested in the Lake Tulloch uses and the resolution that's before us today, please stay and we'll have that discussion so everybody knows.
This isn't going to be quick.
What?
It's not going to be quick.
It's not a what?
It's going to be quick.
I know. So but we want the people who are here to know what we're going to do.
Yeah, but he's that's only looking
Probably. To be determined.
We're still in session, so could the people who are leaving please leave, and the people who intend to be here for the next item please stay so that we can schedule this appropriately.
Thank you, Todd.
Not yet. We're still in session.
Where's the 140 come from? I think there's another 140 now.
Okay. There are some people who have waited now for, it looks like, in the neighborhood of 4.5 hours for this particular subject to come up. On the other hand, you have an increasingly hypoglycemic board to consider your issue. And the question is whether we might take a half-hour break for a quick lunch, and you all could avail yourself of that opportunity, or whether it is the wish of all to continue through this agenda item. I'd like to hear from the board what its wishes are first and see what people would like, but I also want to know what these sturdy folks remaining in the audience wishes as well. So
I want to keep going.
I need desperately to take a break. At least a short one.
Give Russ his break, but I'm willing to keep going.
On behalf of Steve, Susan, and myself, we'd like a lunch break.
Okay.
Would the people who have assembled for this accommodate a half-hour lunch break? All right. We will be back at exactly 2:30 to consider this item, and we'll be ready and well fed for it. Thank you.
Hi, Steve.
You already had lunch. You're lucky.
Board of Supervisors meeting will now resume under, and we'll be dealing with item 8, which is a discussion and possible action regarding proposed ordinance to establish regulations for activities on Tulloch Reservoir to ensure the quality of the reservoir as a resource for homeowners, public recreation, fisheries, power generation, and drinking supply, to make sure that it's maintained. Anyway, as I've noticed that the staff is not here to present. Is there somebody?
I think I can give the report on this, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. Could you do that, Supervisor Thomas?
Yes, I'd be glad to. Now that I have some blood sugar reestablished. What you see before you here is purely and simply the results of several meetings with Tuolumne County members of their Board of Supervisors, Sheriff's Department, legal staff, wherein we started off with two separate codes, theirs and ours, and we looked at the places where they were similar, places where they were dissimilar, and tried to throw out the dissimilar parts, and so that the document that you have here has gone through that process. And as a matter of fact, I think that there's a reference here to the fact that, well, there's a resolution that's signed where Tuolumne County adopted this a month and a half ago. So the advantage of having us go ahead and adopt the same document would give us a situation where, although we have a county line that's going down the middle of the reservoir in the old river channel, we have two law enforcement agencies that routinely go out on various days. Sometimes they're on the same day, but we thought that it was important that the agencies, the enforcement agencies, were enforcing the same laws on both sides of the county line. So there's no surprises, or I don't see anything here as being any a controversial issue. That's just to be consistent with our neighbors across the county line. If there's any questions?
Any questions from board members?
There's some people
I do
wandering
believe we
back
have
in.
public here to comment on this. Would anybody from the public wish to come forward at this time?
Steve Felty, Trident Project. We've tried to facilitate the shuttle diplomacy between the two counties on this to try and get a common ordinance, because as we deal with the sheriff's departments on enforcement, there's always a question about one ordinance has this and one ordinance doesn't, and where on the lake are you, and do we get out the surveyor's instruments to find out where we're at to enforce the ordinance. So this is an attempt to make a common ordinance between both counties. I'll at least warn you that the Bureau of Reclamation may be behind us saying, let's do the same thing at Maloney's. But I think that's also a probably more theme, that there's common ordinances between the enforcement of boating laws. This is to deal with things like, the speed limits, says things like no houseboats will be on the lake, Tulloch's too small really to have houseboats, that sort of thing. So the ordinances that were in place for the most part are picked up, and if it works for both counties, then they were left in.
Would it be possible for you to outline any things that we're giving up in this that are currently in existence, or any things that are significant and new to our ordinance?
Okay. I might have a little trouble remembering which county had which.
Okay, well, maybe outline those issues that needed to be reconciled.
But I don't think there were some issues that needed to be reconciled, like how far do we go in one issue, and one key issue, which was now taken out, was an issue of buoys, placement of buoys. And I suspect this board might have got involved with buoys a couple of years ago, too. So there's all these issues. That was taken out with the understanding that, Trident, you're the reservoir administrator. If you got to put buoys in, you go put buoys in, and so be it. And so we will still take the approach that we will work with the Sheriff's Department on location of buoys. When you do that, you have to, particularly 5-mile-an-hour buoys, you're supposed to file a map of where those buoys are with the Department of Boating and Waterways to make it, quote, official buoys, and then the Sheriff's Department would enforce that. So, but that was in here in one form that was taken out because of some confusion, so it was just, okay, we'll take it out. Things, for example, which were in one and were not in the other, and I can't remember which was which, but there was one had no houseboats, the other did not. One had no float planes, the other one did not address it. So, and now it says no houseboats, no float planes. The lake is too small, in many cases too overcrowded to really accommodate those things. The things that were very common are maximum 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. And I think another one, which is in one and not one, is dark between sunset and sunrise, 5-mile-an-hour speed limit on the boat. And I think one county had it and one didn't. I can't remember which, again.
Mr. Chair,
those are some examples.
We do have a Tulloch ordinance in our ordinances, in our code is very minimal. If you'd like to see it, it's just a few lines.
Okay, and this is what we have currently.
What we currently have.
So a good part of this came from the Tuolumne side, I would imagine.
Well, you have some in other pieces. It's not. It wasn't all consolidated.
Okay, it wasn't all in one.
So over time, there were a couple of other things that were adopted at different times. All right. Any other questions that I can?
Any board questions here?
Hi, Steve.
Hey, Mary.
Sorry. I just, the issue of docks has been a continuing concern and controversy, and I'm assuming Tuolumne says the same. All docks and facilities installed within the FERC project shall be concurrently reviewed and permitted by the county and Tri-Dam prior to installation. So who is the lead agency? The county comes in and becomes the lead agency, and then Tri-Dam has to approve it before then we could? Why not just make Tri-Dam the approval authority on docks?
Okay. That has, I think, brought more commonality, because in the past, Tuolumne County was approving all facilities. Calaveras was not. More recently, we've been working with Calaveras so that permits are handled parallel. Can I say that? Is that good enough? So they're parallel so that both entities approve it. And I think the county looks at Tri-Dam's concurrence before they issue their building permit.
Okay, I mean, there's the dock, and then there's the...
Retaining walls or buildings
walls.
or...
So is this just the dock and the retaining wall, everything inclusive?
Any physical improvement below 515 we get involved with. And the county also gets involved with. Above 515, only the county gets involved with. We do not.
So if it's above 515, and we could just keep approving docks?
Well,
and then we start getting into, oops, there's too many docks?
We're already past the oops part, I think.
Yeah, well, you're right.
The typical water level, typical reservoir water level is 510.
Right.
And that's a summertime high elevation. And then in the wintertime, it goes down 10 feet. So typically, that's the typical diurnal or seasonal variation. So there's 510 is the lake level. 515 is our jurisdiction, where we have easements and FERC license and that sort of thing. And above 515, from our standpoint, is private property and strictly a building permit issue.
So if we have a structure that is going to go out over the lake and it's above 515, you don't have any thoughts on that?
Yes.
Yes, you have thoughts?
515 and up.
But you don't care. I mean, you're not...
Anything that encroaches on the 515 ability to store water, we would get involved with. They can build a canopy over the entire reservoir, and we wouldn't care, but as long as it doesn't encroach lakewards towards the 515.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that that we've resolved those issues between Tri-Dam and the county, and between Tri-Dam and Tuolumne, because we're trying to match it.
Well, Tuolumne is a little different. They have a setback. I think it's a 100-foot setback. So any new building in Tuolumne County would not even approach the lake.
Okay.
Calaveras is not the same. Calaveras is right up to the lake and into the lake.
Into the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in fact, some historical Tuolumne County is into the lake too, so it's not unique. It's
Okay. And as I read this, if a dock fails or for some reason dry rots, they rebuild. It has to be done with concurrence of Tri-Dam and the county.
correct.
Okay, is there any conditions under which you don't want to approve things?
Our consideration is consistent with our what we call our shoreline management plan. And as part of that shoreline management plan, there's a whole section about talks about types of docks. And generally what we're saying is we would allow a 400 square foot dock, no more than 40 feet from shore, and those kind of things.
So you can't jump from the bridge. Too bad.
Yeah, and again, I think that's one county had that and one, no, I think both counties had universal ordinances about not jumping from bridges.
And the only other question I had, maybe it was for Jim, is the sheriff's office reviewed and approved or made comments on this?
Yes, we have, and unfortunately this is Captain Hawkins' area of expertise. I reviewed it, made some comments, submitted it to his division, and Blaine Smith, the Marine Safety Sergeant, was here today, and he told me that they were not going to take a position on this, as they weren't necessarily opposed to it, but he didn't say that they were going to come out and support it, so I'm operating in a little bit of a loss today.
But it says that you'll enforce it.
Yes. We'll have to. Yes. I know there's some issues with the Department of Boating and Waterways, but unfortunately I cannot speak to those because, again, that's not my area of expertise. I know they had some concerns about potential conflicts with DBW laws and laws and ordinances that they wanted to apply to the lake, but I don't know, because again, I didn't hear back from them if that included this particular draft.
Are they not available at this point?
They are not, unfortunately. I stayed here to take notes for them and to submit it to them. I was told this wasn't an action item today. Am I incorrect in that?
Let me see how
Discussion of possible action.
Yeah, it says we are.
That's correct. It's just setting a date for a public hearing.
Well, Mr. Chair and CDA has some comments. We put this on at the request of Supervisor Thomas, but we also have some concerns about it.
Well,
so we'd like to air those concerns today so you can set it for a public hearing, but there should be some work on the ordinance, I think, before we bring it back.
all right. Well, I'm particularly interested. I want to make sure that we have the full input from the SO. If you're going to be enforcing this, to have an ambivalent or a non-committed approach to it seems a little
Again,
short of what I'd hoped for.
I got that from the sergeant. I haven't had a chance to speak to Captain Hawkins or Tim Sturm. Director Moreno submitted this draft to me. I reviewed it, submitted it throughout the sheriff's administration, and obviously we had a busy weekend, and I've yet to hear back from them. So I don't know their exact position other than what Sergeant Smith quickly told me today prior to him leaving.
All right. We will set a date today, I'm sure, and let's make sure that it's one that everybody can attend. Thanks. Would our CDA staff like to inform us of their concerns relating to this ordinance?
Generally speaking, we don't have a problem with having an ordinance that codifies the collaboration that we've recently had with Tridam. We have a dual permit process that has worked fairly well. However, this ordinance extends our jurisdiction beyond the 515 by their definition of FERC project boundary into our jurisdiction, first of all. And secondly, it gives over authority for the building construction enforcement to the Sheriff's Department, which we would obviously want to retain within our building official jurisdiction. So we had some concerns about that. There's specific language under the construction area that we also feel should be firmed up to make sure that everybody understands their jurisdiction is only for those building structures that are below the 515, not for building structures above the 515. Secondly, there's language relative to grandfathering that conflicts with the way that we handle grandfathered uses, and we don't want to have a conflict between what the grandfathering requirements are for the rest of our county codes and what this requires. And then thirdly, we don't want to be restricted from issuing permits for structures that we feel deserve a permit because Tridam has an issue with it relative to something other than the structure itself. For example, sometimes they will have some issues, and we've had this once before, where they had an issue with issuance of how many docks, and they wanted to hold up the building permit for the residents in order to resolve that issue with the property owner on the docks, and we wouldn't want to get into a position of holding up somebody's entitlement because they haven't worked out other issues that have nothing to do with the building permit. So we'd like a chance to work with them to resolve those issues before it comes back to the board for resolution. I think they're easily resolved.
All right. I also understand that the CCWD had some jurisdictional issues. Would you like to come up and speak to that?
Thank you. Every day I'm at a Board of Supervisor meeting. I'm thankful that I work for the water utility. It was quite an ordeal this morning, and you guys did a great job. I want to thank you for the lunch.
Actually, I've attended some of your board meetings and felt the same gratitude on this end, so it was mutual.
I've been asked to appear today on behalf of CCWD to let you know that we do have a diversion point on Lake Tolek that serves the Copper Cove, Copperopolis area with treated water. And our concern with these regulations is simply that it should be made clear that these regulations do not, that our water distribution facilities are exempt from this code, in that at some point in the future there may be some discussion about delineating or demarcating the area where the intake structure exists. Currently, there's no buoyed off area in terms of boating or swimming, from what I understand. But at some point in the future, for safety reasons, that may come up, and we just want to make sure that that's in the record, that CCW is exempt from this ordinance in terms of providing for the health and safety of the intake structure and the people in the area.
Do you have language that you are proposing for this, or do you anticipate the construct as such?
I could propose some language if that's being requested.
I just want to make sure that we understand the exact nature of the concern, and that you have some demarcation that is satisfactory to your board, and that we make sure that our ordinance takes that into account.
And NCDA is in agreement with CCWD's request.
Thank you. Any issues from Tridam on that particular topic? Is there? All right, great. Well, then we'll just.
Does that mean
look
you're
forward to
okay
that.
with it? I mean, what I'm looking for, Steve, is I'd rather hear it now than at a public hearing.
Well, their intake site, you're going to have conflicts, which you're going to have to deal with in the future, because their intake site is exactly the same place we've got a public access proposed as a result of Tuscan Hills. And so when you swim, you do other things, and then you take the water in, and then you drink the water. So, that's obviously a conflict. From our standpoint about buoying off it for protection to protect the facilities, if there's an issue that needs to be protected, fine. But if they want to put a dock on the lake that interferes with the activity of the lake, the safe navigation of it, they have to comply with all other regulations. So that we would disagree with as far as application. If they put a dock in, it's like anybody else put a dock in. It has to be consistent with regulations.
I'm pretty sure there was.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a
dock.
I don't really know that there's an issue there.
Okay.
But it's, I can understand their position of wanting to make sure they can continue to operate their facilities and be sure they're protected. And that objective is not concerned with.
I think the point was to acknowledge the existing facility and make sure that you can maintain your role in operating that. Okay. Good enough. Thank you. All right.
I was able to get a hold of Blaine Smith. He's in town. He can be here in about 5 minutes. He did state that we would enforce the ordinance as it is now, and he'll be here to answer any other questions if you have any.
All right. That's great. Thank you. Are there any other comments from the public on this topic? All right. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I just am trying to respond to CDA's comments about. I'm familiar with what's in the construction of this document, and I don't see any place where Tridam is claiming jurisdiction on anything above the 515.
Their definition of FERC project boundary on page 3. It generally includes the reservoir surface and adjoining lands to the 515 contour elevation. It's a very broad statement. Doesn't restrict it to those lands within the 515 and below. And theoretically, and most likely in practical application, they will want to have jurisdictional review over the construction projects on adjoining lands. So if they're not a problem with that, we can change it so that it's the 515 and below.
Well, let's try to see where the interests of the parties lay. My understanding is that you're talking about 515 and that you have no interest in regulating or being involved in construction above that elevation. Is that true?
That's correct, yeah. This language was actually recommended by Tuolumne County Council.
But let me.
All right, but that's the same guy who sued us a while ago, so we're still.
I'm sorry. It must have been some other council. Yeah, I can't remember that.
No, that is actually not relevant to this.
In our jurisdiction is only up to 515. That's where we have a flowage easement. That's where the FERC boundary is delineated as one and the same.
Okay, so FERC boundary is equal to 515. They're interchangeable in their reference. Well, okay, and Mr. Solomon, do you have something to add to this?
I don't mean to cut things. I don't mean to cut things too thinly. We have a curious situation, and we've had it recently, where we show the 515 based on survey maps, but now based upon subsequent excavations and other retaining walls and so on, that line is tending to move back from that original FERC boundary, which creates sort of a no man's land because it appears to be technically outside of the district boundary. Yet it's because they have moved it back, it's now flooded. So, it's one of those weird things. It's not a major problem. It's just we don't want to create somebody arguing or trying to sharpshoot us that you don't have jurisdiction or we don't have jurisdiction. It's no man's land.
I know we hear a lot about jurisdictional issues at this particular location, so it's good to have documents that are very clear.
We're just trying to make sure we're all in agreement that that's where the water is up to that 515 line, because in some cases it's a sheer wall. I mean, once you put in the seawall, I mean, the 515 is probably somewhere up on that line, up on the shore.
All right.
How we deal with it, I'm not sure.
Well, I'd be interested in other thoughts on that. Russ?
We're making this way too complicated here. I mean, the item Q there says that the project boundary generally includes the reservoir surface, I mean, which the summertime high level is 510. It might get to 510 and a half or something, on special circumstances. But so it's the surface and the adjoining lands, the adjoining lands beyond that point where you have the 510 established, back to the 515 contour elevation. So that's just talking about the lands from the surface of the water out to the point where the elevation above sea level would be 510. Now, it's conceivable that the 510 and the 515 and a vertical wall could be the same point in space. But there are probably instances where the difference between 510 and 515 might be 200 yards. That it's a flat area and it goes way, way back. This is not a controversial element.
It is, Russ. If it's is limited to the reservoir surface and that land below the 515, there'd be no question as to what their intent is. And then we don't have what we're trying to avoid is the interpretations later on because of the ambiguity.
All right. Well, there seem to be so many special things in this lake. My hope personally would be that we can reconcile the jurisdictional boundaries, define them clearly enough so that there's never a dispute and there's never a way for people to play us off against each other, which seems to be increasingly the sport of the place. So if people could take a look at this language in relation to those issues, that would be great to work out. And I guess what we'll do is wait until our SO representative comes, because apparently there are further issues to discuss, and I understand he's on his way. So is there any other comment while we await his arrival?
The one thing I would like to encourage, and I don't think this one is so important, but for most other things where there's a common enforcement between the two counties and we'd like to keep that as consistent as possible.
Yes.
The less uniqueness we have, the better we all are.
Yeah. Couldn't agree with you more, and I appreciate the effort that's underway here.
This is probably draft number 20, 30, 40. We've been working on it for about 5 years.
Yes, and we truly don't want to mess with you on this, but it would be good to resolve these small counties.
There's an issue to be cleared up. Let's get it cleared up, because our intention is not to do anything but what I hope I described.
Steve, before you, Mr. Felty, before you go away, there's some discussion here about the prohibition on houseboats. Yet we still, every time I go out there, there's two old derelict houseboats that, how are we going to get rid of those?
There's probably authority right now to do it, but with this ordinance, we would be, I presume, giving a notice to whoever that ownership is and say remove it.
Okay.
And it'd be just like an abandoned car or something, I presume. I've never seen anybody use them.
I see activity around them occasionally, but...
Well, I think boaters will go and hang around, explore them, and that sort of thing. But I've never seen a person actually using either one of those houseboats. In fact, last time we were out with the developers at Tuscany Hills, and one was kind of cantywaffered up on their property, and they were concerned about whether it became theirs or not. Anyway.
Well, if it's theirs, we ought to tax them.
Yeah, occupancy tax or something.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, please sign in.
The public can speak. Okay.
Yes, this is a second agenda item.
Again, my name is Greg Meyer from Copperopolis area. And just to follow up on that point, there's been 2 houseboats on the reservoir as long as I can remember, and the story has always been that they were grandfathered in, that they were there when the construction was initially done, and so that nobody can ask that they be removed. They're tied off private property. And so I would like to clarify how those can be removed, how to recommend to those property owners to go about having that done. And I don't know if I could ask the sheriff here or what the procedure would be, but if that opportunity is available, I'd like to
All right,
have that happen.
that's a good question. Is anybody in the room prepared to offer up an answer?
There are 2 houseboats on the reservoir that have been there as long as anyone can remember, and the owners, at least the understanding is that they claim that they're grandfathered in as permitted houseboats that were there for the construction of the reservoir. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not, but I'm hearing that they're not allowed there now. And they're tied off, actually physically tied off private property. And those owners don't want those there. The private property owners don't want those houseboats there. So what are the steps to get those removed?
I'm Sergeant Smith. I'm currently with the Sheriff's Department Marine Safety Unit.
Currently, are you planning on going somewhere else?
After this morning's hearing, I think he's applying for asylum.
To answer that question, I'm not aware of that specific circumstance, so I'd have to investigate it.
There are 2 houseboats there, white and red. They've been there for years.
Okay.
25, 30 years at least.
I'd have to go out there and see whose property is. Is it your property?
It's a Bunker Ranch property, it's Castle Cook's property.
Okay. And then receive that they don't want them there, and then deal with that victim. Are you in contact with them?
That's Calaveras County.
Yeah. Absolutely. When we get done today. Captain Macedo said that you may have some questions.
Yes, we wanted to make sure that we had your full input on the measure that's before us. We know it's been vetted with Tuolumne County and that they've signed off on it, but we also understood that there may be some issues specific to our county or concerns specific to the SO that we need to be appraised of before we move forward on it.
We, as a unit and as a sergeant in charge, if you enact the ordinances, we support them and we can enforce them. It's better to stay in line with each county, so both marine safety units who work the lake are working the same, dealing with the same problems in the same manner.
Do you have any concerns about the document as in its last incarnation?
No, not at all.
All right. Great. That's all we need to hear. Thank you, sir. All right. I guess if there are no further public comments, we'll bring it back to the board and like to hear what people's recommendations are.
They're asking to bring it back for a public hearing. So we need to schedule that. My feeling is any issues that need to be resolved on that item, the community development and Tri-Dam, try and work it through so that when it comes to us, we're in agreement. I agree with Steve, 5 years plus of working on this, it's time to put a ribbon around it.
Yep. Any ideas as to the date that we
I
should
just
set?
wanted you to know that we were not involved in those meetings, so our first look at this was a year and a half ago, and it was mostly a boating ordinance. I'm not sure that it had these types of building things in it. And then it came back to me ready to go to the board, so we didn't have an opportunity to participate in those discussions.
All right. Well, I think I'll echo Marita's comments, which is that we'd like the various agencies, CCWD, Tri-Dam, CDA, to get together, resolve any remaining ambiguities, make sure that it's consistent as much with Tumalini as possible, but reflects things that may be particular to Calaveras, and come back to us at a date that we should set right now. How about our CAO? Got an idea? Best date for this? Let's do it after the budget process.
We're going to need 60 days to work out the language changes and make sure that they get re-reviewed by the involved agencies. For example, if Tri-Dam and I come to agreement, it means we have to change the ordinance, recirculate it back to the Sheriff's Department, CCWD, et cetera. So we could put it 60 days out at least, because there has to be, it's a 3-week turnaround just once we get it done to go to the CIO's office, so that only gives us 5 weeks to get it all redone and recirculated.
It's August 5th at the earliest.
All right, that places it into August.
Pick a date.
Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why we need to do this. We're in the midst of summer season here. We've got boating enforcement is upon us. The situation that this document is intended to solve is right now.
Be over by then. All right.
Honestly,
our only problem is with the general provisions. If you want to remove those, and we could work with Tri-Dam on bringing those back in, they can be under our building code ordinance instead of this anyway, since they're not related to boating. And that would give you the opportunity to move forward on the boating piece immediately.
All right. Well, what I'm trying to do is make sure that it seems the general thrust of this is that we want to make things consistent across a lake that's divided between two counties. Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approved this earlier in its current form. Supervisor Thomas is correct in noting that the issues that need to be made consistent are most at challenging us at this time of year immediately. So I'm trying to figure out the best, most expeditious way to proceed. There's only some very small things left to work through here. And the question is how we can legally do that without delaying it 60 days out. You've proposed one solution to this. Are there any other ideas in the room that might resolve this in the most expeditious way? Mr. Selman, are you working on such at the moment? Okay, well, we will take let me suggest a 5-minute recess so that people can have that dialogue and see what they might come up with. All right, I'd like to end our break here and come back into session. I believe discussions have taken place out there that makes it possible to enforce the existing rules, and SO is okay with that right now, while bringing this back in its perfected form with all the agencies in agreement on the 12th of August. That is the second meeting in August. Is there anybody who cannot make that who must be there? I want to make sure the SO's here. Tri-Dam, CCWD, CDA, and supervisors and staff. Everybody all right with the 12th? Then I'd like to hear a motion to that effect.
I move that we bring this back on the 12th of August.
For a public hearing.
For a public hearing.
Is there a second? Come on, folks.
Second.
Any discussion? Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0. And this day is close to a merciful end, although we still have review of correspondence and one closed session before us. On correspondence, I'd like to start with Supervisor Tryon.
I do not have anything to bring before the board today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tryon. Supervisor Thomas.
Okay. Just a moment, please. Okay, we heard an earlier announcement that I want to kind of repeat here about the opening of the Valley Springs Public Library at the school on Thursday at 5:30 at the Valley Springs Elementary School campus. So that would be nice to see that. And I will be going to the Mountain County's water resources in Nevada City on Friday. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Supervisor Callaway.
I have nothing to report.
Supervisor Claudino.
Tomorrow, I'll be attending the Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Services Board meeting held at Saddle Creek. That's at 10 o'clock in the morning. On Friday, I believe I will be with Supervisor Walensky. We're going to the Calaveras-Mariposa Community Action Agency meeting in, where is it? Coulterville.
It's in Coulterville, yep.
Downtown?
Downtown Coulterville at the Creek Hotel. And on Saturday, it's not exactly board assigned, but I'm going to be at the annual Calaveras Quarterback Club dinner in San Andreas. A lot of people there. And that's it.
As for me, tonight I have a CHIPS board meeting. Tomorrow, community safety meeting, West Point Town Hall, and I'll be attending grad night at Calaveras High School that evening as well. The aforementioned by Bill CMCAA meeting I'll be attending in Coulterville on Friday, and that's all I have to report. Anything from administration?
Mr. Chair, the proposed 2008-2009 county budget has been provided to your board. We have suggested hearing dates of June 24th, 25th, and if necessary, June 26th, with a vote on the budget scheduled for July 1. There are details in your budget packets, and also an article in this morning's Enterprise discussing some of the general trends. We are in a financial bind of increasing costs and declining revenues like counties all over California, and this budget reflects that. I would like to thank the elected and appointed department heads of your county government. They stepped into this challenge. Nobody embraced it, believe me, but they all stepped into it and submitted budgets that made difficult but ultimately financially necessary decisions. And I would like to thank all of them as a group, because they did participate in this as a team and discuss many issues with their own staffs and among one another to try and find solutions that would stretch across departments. So that's where we are, and that's where we're headed.
Thank you. Marita, you had a comment.
As long as he's time back, I forgot. The Assembly Subcommittee approved the governor's proposal on a 10% cut in the Williamson Act. And
Who did? Who approved it?
The Assembly Subcommittee. And the Senate Subcommittee reduced the Williamson Act from $39 million to $1,000 because they want to ensure that it would go to the Budget Conference Committee for discussion.
Well, if I may, on the Williamson Act, because of our peculiar status following the audit, we, I don't believe, had anticipated revenues from the Williamson Act because we will be busy repaying through forbearance those overages we got. So I believe in this year, in the 08-09 budget, any cuts to the Williamson Act will actually have no net effect on the county.
Except it could be carryover.
Except on
farmers.
Except it'll last longer.
Yeah.
It'll last longer. Anyway, I thought that was interesting because of the things Bob talked about.
Thank you.
That's it.
Anything from County Council?
Nothing.
Clerk? In that case, this meeting is mercifully at its end, and we're adjourned till next Tuesday.